Good evening. Welcome to another edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show, Red Pill Edition. My name is Leon Jones, and in this segment, what I'm going to do is continue what I was talking about for the past 2 weeks men's dating standards. And I'm going to finish up the rules. And then there's another category that I'm going to pull out. Now, the category is very controversial. Now, if you see the thumbnail on my video, it's a fish with a hook. And that fish with a hook stands for catch and release. Now, I put that there because, and this is no offense to women or men, but we have to have some type of standards here in the Western society. And right now, we don't have any standards at all. In fact, feminism has basically been I don't want to say the denominator, that's fractions. I want to say it's been the dominant issue. That's fractions. The dominant issue in what I call American politics. That's what it is. The dominant issue in what I call and so what I can tell you is this. That's what it is. What I can tell you is this. When we talk about feminism, we talk about being womanist. And before I go on, let me get a shout out. Shout out to you, Celine. Got my boy Sama in the building. Got my boy Computer Robots in the building. And we're gonna have some fun with this one. And again, the way I operate, I'm not gonna be doing a long monologue. So I do expect individuals to come up to the panel. Now, also, what I have up, if you see it, I have a poll. I know, and shout out to Brother Nate. Brother Nate does polls. So I figured I would come up with a poll. I got 2 votes in already. And the poll is, are modern women wife material or good for recreational use? Now, right now, for the yeses, I got 0. And for the no's, I got 100%. Now, that's only 2 votes. I want more individuals to vote because this is going to be a hot topic. And again, I'll be putting the link out there in a few. Now, before I go on, I'm gonna get into a little bit of political issues. And one political issue that I want to talk about is that infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill, I read it. In fact, I did a video on it. And it really has nothing to do with bridges and roads. Again, it's a lot of pork in that bill. And I'm going to say this. I get on politics. I talk about politics because politics, in my humble opinion, is very big. And when it comes time for you all to get up on the panel and we go freestyle, I would definitely love to hear you all when it comes to this infrastructure bill. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to let loose and I'm going to go over the rest of my rules that I talked about last week. And then I'm going to get into some new rules. Okay. Now, last week, I stopped at rule number 68. Now, if you're not familiar with these rules are what I wrote up for men. Now, women can also use these rules as well. And I wrote them specifically because when it comes to men, a number of us, especially black men, we don't have any standards at all. We just believe that when it comes to women, sex is the biggest priority. And I say that's a problem because in the long run, we have a dysfunctional community. Now, when I say community, I'm merely talking about something that has infrastructure like grocery stores, doctors, dentists, engineering firms, computer firms, banks, educational institutions. When it comes to the African American community, all I see is, and I live here in the state of Indiana, so I'm in between Indianapolis and, of course, Chicago. And if you come into Indiana, just south of Chicago, you will go into Hammond, you will go into Gary, you will go into East Chicago. Now, Gary is the city I'm definitely talking about because what I see in Gary is liquor stores and churches. In fact, you will see that when you go into most areas that are African American. Shout out to Lawrence Ratano. He's in the building. Pink Lady, you seem to be pretty new. Welcome to my channel. Of course, Osama, your question is, and I want to get that out there to you. I did talk to Brother Nate. Brother Nate said he was going to come on. I'm looking for him to come on. He's probably doing something right now, but you are also welcome to come up to the panel and talk about these rules. So what I'm going to do again, keep up with the poll. I got 2 votes. And the poll I talk about modern women. Now, if you're a woman, you can actually flip the script and say men because they are both genders have a lot of problems. Both genders don't take dating seriously. Both genders, I'm just going to say this, they're basically one and the same. Everybody knows that. And by the way, Pink Lady, you're not blocked. I didn't block you at all. I don't block people on my channel. You're pretty new. Maybe somebody else blocked you. No, it doesn't appear that you're blocked at all. And if you are blocked, if Pink Lady is blocked, unblock her, please, chat. She's brand new. We'll see if she's a troll or not. We'll see. But in the long run, let me move on to these rules here. Well, I got 1 dislike so far, which is okay to me. That dislike is probably a person that doesn't want to deal with the truth. But fuck them, that's the way it is. So I'm going to move on to number 68. Or I'm going to start off with number 67. So it's a review. If she allows her pets to sleep in the bed with her, she's trouble. And I say this because if you have a pet and that pet is sleeping in the bed with you and you're trying to amass a relationship, well, that pet is going to be jealous like a kid. And I say this because when it comes to pets, and this is primarily, I see it more with the Caucasian women, not that African American women or Hispanic women don't do it, but a number of them have a lot of allegiance to their pets. Now, it's nothing wrong with a pet, but I do not believe a pet should be sleeping in the bed. All right. Let me get the link out there in the chat. We'll put it out there right now so we all know. So just hold your horses because this is very important information. Again, I'm not going to ask you all to do this, but hit the Cash App if you'd like. First comment, even in the Bible days, good women were hard to find. Well, I could say that is true, but when it comes to the Bible, I really, like I said, Celine, I am not a professor of the Bible. I do believe the Bible is a book. It's a book of parables. It's a history book. All of our laws and our lives, particularly in the West, are based off of the Bible. Now, right now, we're dealing with the New Testament of the Bible, but other than that, I don't. I could say I do believe that, but also good men are also hard to find as well because there are a number of individuals who aren't serious about finding a good man or a good woman. Boy, it's Sama. Oh, this is Celine again. Okay. It's not that they aren't important, but character matters more. More beauty is great, but there should be more to show. Facts. I agree with that. And I always say beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. We all have different tastes. Shout out to Osama. He says men are always going to look at physical optics, and women do as well, maybe even more. I agree with that. And in fact, living in today's society, a number of men want the 666 factor. They want six pack abs. They want six figures, and they want 6 feet tall. Now, I'm not saying that's all the way true, but you can look at that factor because you see a lot of it going on when it comes to media. And when it comes to women, a number of them are influenced by the media. It is a fact. Men should be just focused. Men shouldn't just be focused on the aesthetics of a woman. He should look to see if she's stable and has marriage as a priority. Looks fade. That is true, Celine. Very, very true. But unfortunately, when it comes to the real world, a number of men, when they look at women, they do look at the outside. Men are very visual. Now, the problem with that is we don't understand who this woman is because we're so busy looking at the outside. And I always say, yes, you have to have character, you have to have integrity. And that is quite big if you really want to have a relationship. It should be more than just looks. I agree 100%. Stability. Now, it depends on what you mean by stability, because you can have all the money and all the education in the world, but in the end, you still have to have your psychology in check. A lot of us, we don't have psychology in check. In fact, a number of us do need help. And what I see with a number of dates, I just believe that for the most part, you have a lot of individuals who are very superficial. Just bear with me while I get the link out, because I'm just gonna put it out, and I'm just gonna see who wants to come on the panel so we can definitely talk about this. Just bear with me. All right. Let me see if I can find his link. All right. But what I'm just gonna say here is, again, when it comes to beauty, it is in the eyes of the beholder. So you have to know what you were looking for in the person. You have to know who you are as well. Sometimes the most beautiful women outwardly become ugly to you because of how much of a bitch they are. But not all beautiful women are conceited, though. That's true. You have to base everything from an individual standpoint. My boy, my boy Brian. Shout out to you, Brian. Welcome to the channel. Remember, Solomon's wife turned his heart from the Lord, not the concubine whore. That is true. You read the book of Solomon. And like I said, you come up on a panel. If you have any idea about the Bible, let me know. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. The link is in the chat. So if anybody wants to come on up to the panel, come on up to the panel. I put it in twice. There you go. Because I want to hear what some of you have to say about this issue. Let me go back and share my screen again. Okay. All right. Moving on to number 68. Now, here's one that I see all the time. And I talk about social media. Now, if she is constantly on social media, and I'm just not talking about Facebook, and this may have already been said before, but I talked about Facebook and Instagram, but now you even have more of them out. You got OnlyFans and TikTok. If she's on those sites, I would not deal with her, because she's constantly getting a lot of attention, and she may be using her body for, I'm just going to say it, for prostitution. I mean, prostitution is when you actually sell your body for money. And I have a feeling that when you see a number of individuals, though, and I'm not familiar with TikTok and I'm not familiar with OnlyFans, but I just know from what I've heard, and I don't take everything that I hear with a grain of salt because I have to look at it myself. But one thing that I do know is if you're portraying yourself as a person who's overappraising themselves, you will be found out. And in the long run, when it comes to sex, you want to be respected. A number of guys are going to look at you as a sexual object. And I say this to women because it is very important. Because, as a man, you just and as a woman, because I want to keep it fair and balanced here. Keep it fair and balanced. There's going to be there are also men out there who are doing the same thing. Okay, it's not all of the women. You have the men who are basically putting themselves out there too. And guys, I just want to say this to you all too. Stop using your wallet. Okay, stop using your wallet. Your wallet is not going to win you anything. Okay, I am not, like I said, I am not an expert on women, but I will say this: when you start using your wallet, it will affect you in the long run. Again, you're welcome to come up on the panel. And Celine's taking something I've used, a human toilet. Well, that's also true. Again, shout out to the panel. Correction, shout out to the chat. And I thank you all for coming up. You all could be doing something else, but it is Wednesday. And again, I've been up here for 25 minutes. I'd like some of you all to come on to the panel. I have dropped the link. I'll drop it again because I want to have a good discussion. I don't want to sit up here and talk all night because that is definitely not me. So if anybody's interested in coming to the panel, come on to the panel. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna be dropping the link to anybody who wants to come. Well, all I'm asking here on this channel is to be respectful. Be respectful to me. Be respectful to your cohorts. We're not all going to agree on the same thing, but in the long run, be definitely be respectful because it's tough. It's tough enough trying to do this, especially on a Wednesday, but that's okay. So let me move on to number 71 here, or number 69. Well, let me see what Brian Davis has. Shout out to you again, Brother Davis. This one Shine told me about 320s and all. One, so the chick will think I have a lot of money. Shine was born in 1959. I know where you're going with that. And I do see that a lot of older men, they it's just like the Nation of Islam and a lot of these other big religious organizations. They're trying to put out something that individuals of today just don't resonate to. And money, yes, a woman is going to take your money, but she's not going to respect you. In fact, she's going to use you. Again, I'm just going to say this: number of women are not stupid, so don't underestimate them. But you, as a man, you can't be stupid. And what I'm putting out to you, it takes common sense. All right, Osama, come on up here. I'll be waiting for you. I just dropped the link. Now, moving on to number 70. Don't get involved with her if she's consistently hanging and taking advice from bitter women because she will believe them over you. Now, it is true, and I've seen it even not in these YouTube streets, but a number of women do take advice from other women and they think they know what men want. If you want to understand a man, just like we want to understand a woman, I'm not going to go to another man to see if I understand a woman. I'm going to go to a woman. Now, if she's giving me some BS, I'm going to find out by her actions because that's the only thing that is going to trigger me to see what this woman is about. Actions. Actions speak louder than words. It's not just African American men or white American men for that matter. I know some Jamaican men who are also simps to their women. You know, I haven't really heard about the Jamaican men computer robots. That's funny that you would say that. I see a lot of the simping going on with the African American male because, heck, look, I was a simp myself one day, a long time ago. And it took me getting hurt a few times to be smart. But see, here's the thing, too. Let me tell you guys something as well, and some of you ladies out there as well. We can give you all the talk about the Bible, we can give you the rules, but in the long run, it all comes down to you. Do you believe in yourself? And there are a number of us who don't believe in ourselves. You know, in the long run, when it comes to any type of relationship or anything in life, we got to be responsible for us. But going back to the Jamaicans, I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm pretty ignorant of that. I did not even know that because I was always told that Jamaican men, just like some African men, were very masculine. Yes, it is very important to know who you are as a man or a woman. That's true. And not only that, you should have confidence. Now, confidence does not mean concedence. When I talk about confidence, you have a high self esteem about yourself, but you're not cocky. You don't run around with your nose in the air because, in the long run, we're individuals. And I always say this: no one is that special, regardless of how much money you have, how much education you have. And yeah, let me get on this about the education too, because this has been on my mind for a long time. Now, education is a good tool, but education is not the end all be all. Because what you learn in school, it doesn't mean you're going to come out and be smart. I've seen a number of PhDs because I went to college myself, and a number of individuals who have come out of college and they've worked for me in the workforce were dumb as a box of rocks. They knew the book, but what you're taught in school, depending on what major you go into, is memorization. So even with all that memorization you get for particular tests, there is a lot that you're going to come out with in school that you don't know because school you get a small chunk. And even if you go from a associates to a bachelor's to a master's to a doctorate, yes, it's great to have that title, but those titles, those degrees, they don't always bring you the money. In other words, you got to look at what return on investment you're getting from a college degree. And I should have put this on my dating rules. Your credentials don't make you the person that could be wife material or husband material. That's right, Celine. You're absolutely right. Education does not compensate for a bad attitude, overweight, etc. That's very true. You can get education anywhere. You can get it for free. You see, you have a number of individuals who go to college, and what happens, they end up with a mountain of debt. And if you pay $200,000 for 4 years and you get a job for $40,000, well, you didn't get a return on your investment. Instead, now you're $160,000 in debt. And it takes a long time to pay guaranteed student loans off. You have to pay interest and you have to pay periodically. And if you don't pay those guaranteed student loans back, in the long run, your credit is going to suffer. Got Wade 76, welcome to the building. She says Kamala is educated, but she's definitely not wife material. I agree with that. Kamala Harris she's a feminist. She's one that, look at the husband she married. She's one who believes she's large and in charge. She couldn't get past the presidential primary, but she's vice president. And she's vice president because Joe Biden used her to try to get the black vote. And here's something I'm going to say about that. When it comes to African Americans in politics, they will vote for somebody that looks like them, even if their policies go against them. That's the problem. See, a number of white folk don't do that. A number of white folk, if there's a white man running for Senate or there's a white man running for governor, they're not going to look at his color or her color. They're going to look at potential policies. Celine says, Kamala Harris, I don't mean to be not ladylike, but she screwed up. Well, she did. Yes, she did. It started off with Willie Brown. If you're not familiar with who Willie Brown is, Willie Brown was the was the mayor of San Francisco, Democrat. And I believe at that time she was in her 20s because she's a year older than I am. Now, again, I'm not here to criticize Kamala Harris, but I do see those flaws. Yes, she did screw her way to the top. She did. But she's not the only one that hasn't done it. And now, can men do the same thing? They could, but it's less likely. Now, what a number of men do, they can bribe their way to the top because that's the power of having money. All right, boy, Brian Davis, Gen X and half of Gen Y's number one goal in life is to ejaculate. Pardon the expression. You know what? That is the truth, though. Particularly amongst black men. Too many of us black men. Our problem is, and this is why most of us will never make it. Now, I used to say that we put the woman first. I'm gonna say no, we put what we want from that woman, and that's the vagina first. And the problem with putting that vagina first, we lose all focus of who we are. And in the end, we're always struggling. We put ourselves in a predicament to where we're unhappy. We're constantly working hard. We don't own anything. That's the problem. And when you have the vagina first mindset, you don't have any discipline. And this is why we have a lot of children running around. Because if you think about it, nobody's children who are born today, they're basically results of irresponsible sex. Shout out to my boy Free Zone Lou. He's in the building. Computer robots going back to college. And it's good that we can pass it around with this conversation here. I used to think that colleges and universities would give you some insights into the real world, but the best way to experience being in the real world is to get work experience than getting a higher education. Now, brother computer robots, you're correct, but it also depends on what you major in. Okay. Just like Celine said earlier, if you're going to go get a degree, it's better to go to a trade school or you have to go STEM. I mean, I'm a STEM major. I majored in civil engineering. But see, in order to get a STEM degree, you're going to have to be good in math and science. You're going to have to be a critical thinker. You can't be somebody that utilizes feelings because you have to solve problems. Problems are, we have a lot of them. But getting a degree, and I'm not stopping anybody from getting a degree. If you're going to go get a degree, here's what I'm going to tell you. Let's say you want to go over to the social work and you want to be a counselor. Get a degree in something that has some rigorous math in it and make sure you can get a license. Now, if you go get a degree in African American studies, religious studies, woman studies, LGBTQ studies, well, you might as well get good grades in those fields and go to law school. Now, the problem I have with lawyers, it's too many of them. And the law profession, in my humble opinion, it's not, to me, it's not a loyal profession. Look at your politicians. A lot of them are lawyers. A lot of them lie. And I know they lie. You look at what's going on with this this Kyle story. I can already see that the judge doesn't like the prosecutor. But moving on, computer robot says, okay, my opinion. And of course, you can also get your opinion from the chat as well. White baby boomers did as much damage to their children as the black American baby boomers did to their kids. Facts. True. Facts. Facts. And you know, it's funny that you say that, computer robots. What I'm talking about right now isn't even new. It's been covered for a long time. I mean, this goes back before I was born to the early 60s. The free love of free sex. This is the feminist movement. Now, feminism is basically under the umbrella of Marxism. Because what a number of these feminists really want, they don't want equality. They really want gender supremacy. And they want it because they love the power. And this is why I always say that you're not going to be able to change the modern Western woman. It's not going to happen, Captain. Not going to happen. Now, question might be coming to somebody's head. Well, what would you do with them? Well, that depends. And that's going to get on to the other part of this conversation when I can get some individuals on the panel, because you just have a number of individuals out there that aren't wife material. It's just a fact. They're not. They don't care about being wife material. They don't care about being husband material. All right, going back to the poll. Are modern women wife material or good for recreational use? So far now I have 15 votes. 27% say yes, and a whopping 73% say no. Now, the ones who said yes, let me know why you say yes. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just want you to defend that. And I just want you to surmise. Give me an idea why you think the modern woman makes a good wife. Now, I will say this. I can't take everybody who's a modern woman and put them all in one basket. And hey, chat, Pink Lady said she was blocked. I didn't block her. Make sure she's not blocked. Everybody with wrenches. She's not a she's not a troll. So see if she's blocked. Because I, first of all, again, I don't block anybody. I don't block anybody. Let me find out if she is blocked. No, she's not. No, you're not. You're not blocked at all. You're not blocked. You're not blocked. Again, 45 minutes into this chat, I just want to say salute to everyone in the chat. I am, again, going to put the link out. The link is out, and you're welcome to come on the panel. We've already been up here about an hour, and before I get into it, let me read some more of your comments here. All right, Wade 76. Again, shout out to your brother. Baby boomers raised Gen Xers, so it's the question, who is worse, white or black Gen Xers? Good question. My question is, when it comes to overall stability, black Gen Xers are worse. And I'll explain that in a minute. Shout out to your brother. Got my boy Free Zone Lou. What's going on, brother?
Man, what's poppin' 411? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up? We got some good conversation here, man. And
I
Good, you can help me
Yeah.
out with some of this.
Yes,
Now
sir, man.
Wade 76. I don't know if you're a well, you're probably are you in the millennials or are you a Gen Xer?
I'm 89, man.
Yeah, okay,
Um,
you're a millennial, so you're right after me.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm just going to say this, answer this question. I think when it comes to whether it's black Gen Xers or white Gen Xers, I'm going to say, depending on where you are, it's going to be the black Gen Xers because even though you have older Gen Xers, a number of black Gen Xers, particularly black men, they're still stuck in what happened yesterday. And you can't apply the what happened yesterday to today's individual people. Dating has totally changed.
Hmm.
What say you, brother
Yeah.
Zone?
I mean, that's 100% true. That's why it's very difficult. It's very you got to be careful who you get advice from. Because some people are stuck in a time that's not now. So like there's certain things where there's certain things that are just universal. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these what you've laid out and what we've been talking about the last couple of weeks are just universal tenets. But then there's other ways where like the specifics of how to go about finding these things out and the way you interact on a micro level with people, those things are different. And so depending on who you ask, you could get a totally different answer on how to approach certain people. And if they're not in touch with the times, then that's not going to go well, especially with all this. If you have somebody who has no clue what Me Too is and
Yes.
has no knowledge of the Me Too movement, their knowledge of how to approach a woman is going to be trash. Like there's no consideration for that a girl could just set you up at any time. So you got to be careful on who you get information from.
And that is true because as Celine says, people look back to the 1950s, but I said it earlier, we're not going to go back to the 1950s. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because feminism has given a number of women too much power. You think they want to give this power up? They're working, they're going to school, they're doing whatever they want to do. Do you think they want to go back to the kitchen or walk around barefoot and pregnant? Absolutely not.
Right.
So, when I get some more, I got some other material to talk about. It's based on the catch and release, and I call it smash and dash. I got some other.
Okay.
Well, I that's the opposite of a relationship because let's be honest, brother Free Zone. What are individuals today looking to do, men and women? I mean, they're going on Instagram, they're going on all these dating apps. You know what they're looking to do.
It's hookup nation.
That
That's the times. That's
well,
it.
well,
You know.
when I get into those 30, 33, 34 coming up, you're going to see where I'm going with this. But right now, I am at rule number 69. And you, regardless of what your age is, you may have already experienced this. What about the one who's always complaining about her ex? Okay, I always say, you're coming to me, you want to get with me, but you're constantly complaining about your ex. I'm just going to say, you're not over your ex, or you're afraid that your ex is going to meet somebody better than you. And you want to use the situation to try to control your ex. This is what happens. This is rule number 69. And here's the thing too. If she if she's moved on, and let's say that the new the new guy does some shout out to Deacon Dave in the building. And if she moves on and finds a guy and he does something that reminds her of what the ex did to her, you know she's gonna bring that up, brother. You know she's gonna bring that up.
Hmm. I mean, that's naturally going to
That's that's that yeah, that's what they do. That's what now I'm not saying men don't do it either. Men do it too. I mean, um, these are individuals who are, in my humble opinion, they lack confidence. In fact, they really don't want to move on. They like drama, and that's what you got. You got a lot of people who like drama. Number 71, we're getting there. Number 71. If she is a man hater, which is misandrist or feminist, leave her alone because she will complain about all men being sexist. She will bring that womanist attitude into your relationship. What say you, brother Free Zone?
There's this common theme of the past from like when I've literally been like, I'm at a point now where even though it's only the middle of the week, I've been in these YouTube streets putting in work, man. And I'm like, the part that gives me the headache is people just not willing to take what's like there's certain lessons that you take from the past and you close the chapter and you move on. But what people are doing is they're dragging their past with them.
Absolutely.
And when you do that, it messes up your ability to examine the person in front of you. So even if you had a good woman in front of you, let's say she laughs in a way that reminds you of, the ex or some man that you don't like or whatever. You're going to bring that into this particular relationship. And I think that's the toxic part. I think that somehow during the time we've lost the ability to get over the past. Not necessarily, you know what I'm saying? So that's a huge problem. And there's debates about, should we forget the past? History is bound to repeat itself. And I think we use smart rationalization sometimes to justify our dysfunction. So it's easy to hold on to the past because the justification is, well, if you don't hold on to the past, then history is going to repeat itself. But that creates this cycle of issues because you're never letting the past go because you think the past is that important, and it's really not. Like, the past is really not as important as what's in front of you. You know what I'm saying? And so people got to stop looking in the rear view, man, and they need to focus on what's in front of them.
That's it. Well, shout out to my boy, my brother, the Prophet of Thought series. Get over there and check his channel out. He's got some lively debates, and he will definitely make you laugh. I've known this brother for a long time. We were on Angry Man Show. We were on Blog Talk Radio. The brother is going to bring you a truth. So get on over there to the Prophet of Thought series and shout out to brother Mr. O and the Ozone podcast. Brother O might want to come up here. I heard you on Minister Jack's show not too long ago. Yes.
Hey, 401. I'm gonna drop off and come right back. Okay.
All right. Shout out to Mr. O. You're welcome to come up so we can hear your input. Now let me get back to brother Brian. Says 2 things that are causing black men an unnatural amount of stress: white men at the office and black women at the house. Woo! Yeah, that's got an element of truth in it. I can't disagree with that. Now it's not it's the black woman at the house, and I'm going to keep it there because all black women aren't bad. And yes, let me tell you, brother Davis, when you go into work, this is what I'm going to tell you, because a number of us have that vagina first mindset. We don't own anything. But let me ask you something, brother. What if you work for another black man or black woman? Could you do that? Because I know I've worked for black men and black women, and let me tell you something. I came out with the most stress because what happened was they had that power because they've never been given any power. But when they get that power, they want to abuse that power. They actually think that they're better than you are. And there's always problems. And when it comes to white men at the office, well, yes, they can cause you stress. They can. But some of them, they actually carry that job home with them because where would they be without that job title? Again, got my boy Free Zone. Thanks for coming back on up here on the panel. Thanks for coming back up to the panel, brother.
Yes, sir, man. Back like I never left.
Yeah. Hey, let's address this comment by Brian Davis. He says the things that are causing the large amount of stress with black men seem to be white men at the office and black women at the house. Now I agree there's an element of truth to that. But again, you have to base everybody, as an individual. I try
Mhm.
I for the most part I do that. But there is an element of truth to what the brother said.
I agree. I agree with the element. Yeah, that I mean, for me, I can't. The white man at the office, the black woman at the house. I feel what he's saying there. I definitely feel because like you don't want to have to. We were talking about this earlier today. Like nobody wants to go to work and slay and just compete and win at work, and then you have to come home and slay and compete with your woman. You know what I'm saying? I will say from an individual standpoint, because I'm more of a rugged individual type, so the type of woman that you have at home is really more of a choice. Like you chose that woman that's at home waiting for you. Um, and so if you're in a situation where, let's say, you're catching this information later than you intended, and so you got a issue at home with the woman. You know, for some people, they got a decision to make. You can either try to turn it around, depending upon the how bad it is or whatever. Because sometimes you just have to make a slight adjustment. Sometimes you just have to step into your masculine frame. I notice a lot of times when you get masculine, um, the issues at home. At least for me, I'll speak for me. The more masculine I become, the less problems I have. As far as what I'm saying, and as far as like the white man at the job, I mean that's just that's the job. You know what I'm saying? So even if you left the white man at the job and started your own business, you still gonna have the same kind of headaches. So it's kind of it's just life, man. It's just life. Like it's that whole past thing. Actually no, it's not the whole past thing. It's I think men need to embrace the I think they need to embrace more of the struggle that comes with life. Like
Absolutely.
we you know what I'm saying, we want shit to be, I ain't gonna like I see why that's so. Like we want things to be easier. It's like when you were a kid, you couldn't wait to be an adult, and then you became an adult, and it's like, damn, what was I thinking? I wish I was a kid again.
Because
We
you got responsibilities. Let me give a shout out to brother Osama for his $20 cash app. Thank you very much. Now, I'm not a pastor here. If you want to donate, look at the ticker tape right across the bottom. Donate. There's my cash app right there. Um, I'm going to continue to put out this content. I'm going to get better at it. And the way I'm going to work it here, and shout out to brother Free Zone for coming up. I don't like my audience to wait. Now, I can only get 6 people up here on the panel at one time, but I don't have a problem rotating anyone in and out. I am putting the link in the chat for anybody to want to come up because I'm going to talk about some red pill stuff, getting a little politics. Right now, we're doing the men's dating standards that I actually wrote up, and I got some more rules to add, brother Free Zone, and I have to make some changes in the grammar, but I came up with this through my own research. So I'm not using anyone else's videos. This is just something that I thought of. And what I'm going to do on my panel, I'm going to come up with information, do a 30-minute monologue, and bring everybody up on the panel because, here, this is grown folk radio. And I
Hmm.
want everybody to enjoy. There's no beefing here. Um, you can say what you want, be respectful. Here's the last one, number 72. Okay, we talked about education. If she's constantly bragging about her education, her job, regardless of her status in life, she's looking to compete with you for leadership in the relationship. Leave her alone because she thinks that she is superior to you. Number of them do. When they talk about their education, because they might be looking at you as not having any education, you as not having the type of job. And let me say this. If there's a man working in construction, he's making $100,000 a year, and you have a woman who's in the corporate world, a sister making $100,000 a year. Well, she's going to try to look down on that brother working construction because he's not in a suit and tie. But what she's forgetting is $100,000 a year is $100,000 a year. And that's a fact right there.
Hmm.
But she's really looking at it from a standpoint that you got to be wearing a suit. Well, first of all, even if you're making $100,000 a year, do you own that company? See, I hear a lot about these football players. I think LeBron James said it that some of these NFL players feel like they're slaves. Okay, all right. If you if you have that feeling, start your own. But a number of us aren't going to start our own, and this is the difference between us and probably other races. We don't we don't know. This is going to go back to Brian Davis's comment too. He talks about Gen Xers. I will tell you this from a Gen Xer, a lot of Gen Xers and baby boomers, particularly men, they weren't really taught how to be entrepreneurs. We were always taught that you have to go to college, then make somebody else rich. Now, I do see a change where you have people like Free Zone here and some of the other um, millennials, and you got Gen Xers like shout out to Osama who's in the chat. They believe in working for themselves. Shout out to brother the prophet of thought. He works for himself. So there are some brothers out here who have gotten the message and they didn't go to school or they went to school. But what they did was use their talents. And one thing I will say this about black men, most of us really haven't been taught anything about talent. We've always looked up to
Right.
somebody in the sports world or rapper or eh, you know, a comedian, something that doesn't happen every day. I mean, yes, not everybody can catch a football. Not everybody can dunk a basketball. Not everybody can throw a baseball 100 miles an hour. But in the end, I will say this: even if you're doing all that, let's say you are a rapper, okay, who you rapping for? You're rapping for somebody else's record label. That's who you're rapping for. So you're going to have to put out the music they tell you to put out. Are you producing? Are you writing? See, being in the entertainment industry, most of us black men, with us, we've always been the worker and we're always looked at for what we can do for others, but we have never been looked at as a boss. And when we are in a position of management or authority, a number of us aren't respected, and we're not respected by each other. Shout out to Anna Rodriguez. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. And you're also welcome to come up here on the panel with me and Brother Free Zone. And
Shout out to Anna, man. That's good peoples right there, man. Much love to you.
excellent peoples. And like I said, I'm gonna drop the link again. And
I would like some ladies to come up to get their perspective. That would make an interesting little mixture for this.
yeah, that would be nice. Because as you know, I don't hate women. I want all ladies to know I do not hate women. Okay, Brother Free Zone doesn't hate women, and what we're doing is simply talking to men about standards. I mean, what do they really see in a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are a number of men out there. You ask them that direct question, they're not going to be able to answer it. But in the long run, we already know what they see. They see what's between their legs. They see what's behind what's behind the back, how wide the hips
Mm-hmm.
are. But in the end, what do they think about that person? That's the problem. I
Right,
mean,
right.
you have a number of individuals, and this has nothing to do with beauty. Yes, women are very beautiful people. A number of them are. We all, if you're a normal guy, you like you like women. I'm talking about heterosexual men now. We do. But when it comes to where we want to go, particularly as black men, and I hit harder on the black men the most because many of us really don't understand being in a position of power and authority or having anything unless we've had a job. And that is something I want to say about the Gen Xers and the baby boomers. We've gotten jobs and we've been comfortable with our jobs. We didn't take that risk. So, a fault of the baby boomers and the Gen Xers, we didn't pass that knowledge down to Gen Y, which is the millennials, and then and then Gen Z. Now that is our fault. That is our fault right there because we're supposed to pass that knowledge down so we can continue to have a stable race. We didn't pass it down. It got caught up because too many old heads out there are just comfortable with a job. Computer Robot says what makes men so badass is their masculinity, and what makes women truly awesome is their femininity. Very, very true. Very, very true. And at the end of the day, you gotta look at that. That's as true as you can get it. And
Hey, can I say something?
certainly, bro.
I if you really think about it, I would say the opposite is true. We
Okay.
we do this because we love women. Like if we didn't care about women, we wouldn't have these a lot of this conversation that happens in this, like, we wouldn't be having these back and forth conversations. Yes, masculinity is important for men, but it's like that you got to have that polar opposite. You can't just have a whole bunch of masculine men and then there's no, what I'm saying, no femininity somewhere. So it's there is a love of women in this, which is why we're pushing for this masculinity, because that's what makes the feminine in a woman come alive. You know what I'm saying? But there's also that there's also the second part of it where masculinity and femininity, even though they're kind of, it's almost like X-Men. It's almost like X-Men where the power is there, but you have to learn how to wield that power. And it only, you know what I'm saying? So it's not enough to just be a man and that makes you masculine. Like you have to learn these masculine traits. You have to learn these masculine things. As a woman, you have to learn these feminine things. And
Absolutely.
we live in a society now that has switched those two things. So, you know, women are masculine and they think they're hot. They think they're the top of the town because they got a degree. And, you know, men are just they're moving into this they're pushing out of it, but they were in this feminine space for some time. And you really did bring it home. I want to put focus on the fact that a woman will think that she'll think that she's those women who are those types of educated women who think they're better than everybody. They only think that because of their degree and their title. And if you look at the data says that the data indicates that most degrees that women get are in low level paying the low level jobs. So a guy who makes construction can make 2 to 3 times the amount of money that she makes, but she still thinks that she's better than him because of her job title.
Right.
It's amazing how that works. They just fell for it.
Well, that is true. That's true. That is true.
And when you get more masculinity, you get less of these athletes crying, making millions of dollars, but staying there oppressed. Get out of here with that. That's trash. That's garbage. That's femininity. That's feminine to me, man. You making all this money and you're talking about you oppressed. You're a slave. That's cat, man. Stop the cat. Speaking of cat, stop the cat.
Yeah, that in my humble opinion, bro, is definitely is definitely cap. Uh, any, I mean, any anybody who thinks that they're getting the raw end of the deal, that's cap. Yeah, that's cap. That you are absolutely right, my brother.
And
That's
what makes it even worse in reference, speaking of cap, the main person talking that trash is the same person begging to come back to be a slave. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. So, guys, don't do that. You're not oppressed unless somebody literally has chains on you. You're not oppressed. Okay, you having a job is not you being oppressed. Nobody's keeping you hostage. Nobody's keeping you. There's no gun line at your job. You could just leave. You could apply to another job, or you could start a business. Um, it's really that simple. But either way, you got to go out here and get it. You got to, because when the reality of it is that when you're older, you're sitting there with your kids. You don't want to look at your kids and have to tell your kids that you didn't make it where you wanted to make it in life because of the white man or the system or all this trash that just really is an excuse for you not executing. Go out there and execute, y'all. Put in that work, man. Find out what you're passionate about. Find out what brings in the bread, and put in that work.
and also joining the panel, my good brother GK Sigma, known as Guy King. What's up, bro? You're muted, bro.
What up, Sigma?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey,
I'm trying to finish up eating, but I'm here with you guys.
Yeah, hey, you good, bro? I'm actually about to start cooking. I'm glad you came up. Here, just
hey,
about to hear some grease popping.
hey, well, that's good because, brother GK, what I'm doing,
I see.
I'm finishing up on the rules, and then guess what we're going to come to? Something a little controversial. I'm going to swing back the other way. If you looked at my thumbnail, I got something called catch and release. And well, I call it smash and dash. Now I brought that in because okay, the question is okay, we got women out there, but what about the women that you might find desirable as far as looks is concerned, but they're not wife material? What do you do with them? Do you let them go? I mean, I know, and I'm putting this up there because I don't, I'm not into that smashing and dashing and catch and release, but there are a number of guys who do it. What say you, Brother King?
I think it depends on the price.
It
Depends on the price.
Depends on the price.
It depends on how easy it is, what kind of hoops she trying to put you through. You know, yeah, if she's not material for a relationship, but she looks good. I mean, and also depends on your age, because as a younger guy, I would have said go for it. But as I get older, I'm like, it's not always worth it. You know, it depends on the price.
Yeah, and also
If you can get what you need real easy and without too much effort, go for it. But looks can be overrated. Looks can be overrated. A lot of attributes in women can be overrated.
well, while I got you on, brother, you weren't here, but I'm gonna go over, like I said, I'm gonna go over some rules because you were here most of last week. Brother Free Zone already knows them, but I started off with 67. I talked about if she allows her pets to sleep in the bed, she's trouble because pets can get jealous just like a child. What say you on that? And I don't even know if Brother Free Zone was up there on this one either.
Hold on, if you would say that last part one more time for me, please.
Yes, sir. Okay. If she allows her pet to sleep in the bed with her, I say trouble because pets can get jealous just like a child.
Yeah, I was here for this, so I'm gonna mute myself. All right.
Let me tell you a true story. I met a chick and I thought it was gonna be an easy pump and dump situation or a short-term fling with this chick. I thought, it would be just something I could get every now and again when I wanted, because it was going in that direction. I knew her for like 4 days. And on the day I was supposed to go over her crib for the first time, she was telling me about her Doberman Pinscher.
Okay.
And her Doberman was in the bed with her. But that wasn't the problem. After she said that, I started telling, I was like, well, you must really be bathing this dog real good for you to be sleeping with a dog. That dog must take a bath every day. And the girl told me her dog does not like baths. So, yes, that was her answer. Her dog doesn't like baths. And I was like, wow, so you got a dog in your bed every night that you don't bathe. And I never ended up getting with that chick.
And salute the brother, Little Big Nate. He's in the building. Can't wait till you get up here on that panel, bro. Yeah, there are a number of. Now, let me ask you something, Brother King. Was this with an African American chick or?
Yeah, she was. She was.
With a dog in the bed.
Yep, Doberman Pinscher, and it ruined my plans.
That's that's crazy because I have a Doberman Pinscher and he sometimes I let him chill on the bed on the weekends, but I also bathe him frequently. So I don't know. I don't. The pet thing is weird. I think what makes it weird is I think there was a story last time somebody had a similar issue. I forgot who it was, and the woman was when the man said something about the pet, like, yo, I'm trying to do something with you. I don't need the dog in the bed. She like lost her shit and flipped out and all this other stuff. And it actually created a problem. I think that's kind of the distinction because like my Doberman knows better. It's you getting in the, you getting in your crate when it's time, you know what I'm saying? So I've never had my dog in the bed to the point where that has ever been an issue because he doesn't stay in the bed with me every single night. But I do know some people who do that, and it's like their dog is their companion, not the right type of companion, but I don't want to say lover because that just makes it in their head. It's like they're somewhere between lover and companion. I don't know what that is, but I know what you mean. Yes,
let me add something to that. Now I need to mute myself so I can finish eating. But
that's okay.
A lot of them, they're looking for unconditional love from somewhere, so that's why they have babies. They have babies so that they can get unconditional love, someone that will love them no matter what they do, no matter how shitty they are. That's why they want children many times, and that's why they want pets.
I got this other comment up here. Speaking of pets, from Brother Lawrence Radano, he says he has a cat, but he also washes himself. He's always clean and smells like fresh air. Yeah, I don't. Well, with cats, so you got to have that litter box, and they.
Right.
I'm not a cat fan. I'm not a cat fan.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? What do y'all think? Because Sig just brought up a really good concept that I really wanted us to dig into just for a second. What do y'all think of the concept of unconditional love? Because I think it's a very foreign concept. I don't think that is necessarily, at least amongst human beings, it's not a. I think everything has conditions. You just can't anticipate the conditions.
What I would say. Oh, you're not done. I'm sorry.
No. That was it.
What I would say. There was a philosopher, and I cannot remember his name, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like, "Intelligent people understand." What is it called? Reciprocity. When you reciprocate.
That's reciprocity.
And intelligent people understand reciprocity, and unintelligent people believe that they can get love for free. And I think unconditional love is getting love for free, and that's what unintelligent people think they can have.
Yeah, got my boy Little Big Nate in the building, and also, hey, in the chat, can somebody untime out the computer robots there? Please untime him out. He was put in timeout by accident from Brother Osama. So can somebody untime him out? I appreciate it. But go ahead, Brother GK. Sorry about that.
No, I was done.
Okay. Well, shout out to Little Big Nate. What's going on, Brother Nate?
What is up?
Man, hey, good.
How you doing, Leon?
All right. Hey, you get my $40 cash app?
Yes, sir, I did. I'm gonna shout you out as soon as I can broadcast again.
We look, we gotta help brothers out, and I kind of missed you up there. So we ain't gonna let you starve over here on the 411 Talk radio show.
I'm not quite at the level of starving yet, bro. I appreciate that though, man. Thank you so much, man. I really, everybody's kindness, and several brothers have opened up their platform to me and said, "Hey, man, you can come broadcast." I'm just going to take a couple of weeks off and, get things situated so that when I do come back, I can begin to at least partially transition off of YouTube. I got to go behind a paywall. YouTube's not going to let me have a channel, even speaking, being very cognizant of the words I use. They're going to strike me whenever they feel like striking me, man. And,
That's Brother GK.
Say less.
Oh, you've had the same experience, GK?
I'm sorry. I kind of missed what y'all said.
Did you ever have a strike on your channel? My brother Nate has a strike.
I had 3 strikes. You know that. My first channel is gone.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I'm going to work it out. I'm not going to let them silence me. I just, so I can be me, I have to put it behind a paywall. And I think OnlyFans, I've been doing research on the pay services. I think OnlyFans is so popular. And even though, it's a lot of ratchet shit on OnlyFans, you got Tommy Sotomayor over there. You got Angry Man over there. A lot of manosphere, both white and black guys are making their way behind a paywall. And I think it's probably better that I do that too, because it's just, you've had your troubles 411, and you don't.
I can't even get monetized.
Yeah. You don't cuss. You don't wild out. They just don't like conservative black men. They don't like They don't like men who don't accept the prepackaged narrative of the left. They just don't like us.
All right, and shout out to the Clue channel, Brother Clue. He's in the building, and And you're always welcome to come up on my channel anytime. And I'm like I said, I'm hanging by a thread myself, but well, that's why I have and on this YouTube stuff. If any of you have channels out there, I always believe in having a backup channel. Like I have another channel out that I've talked about, the Mind of STEM channel, and with YouTube, and there are a number of individuals, and brother GK, he's been around since I've been around. So we were around when the so-called gender war was happening, and the list of individuals. Reg's channel was on there. So and this is coming up with all these rules for dating. Like since I have everybody on, and brother Nate, you missed it, but what? Okay, brother Free Zone answered the question. What if you meet a woman, and this is rule number 67, and she's got a dog in the bed? Now, this is a true story. I worked with a guy named Dwight Spivey, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this was back in 1995, 96. We were out on a survey party working for John Serene and Associates back in Virginia Beach. So he told me he had this woman, and we'll be getting it in. And he said the dog came behind him and licked him in his scooter there. I'm not gonna it's true. And I'm like, what? Well, the dog.
Oh my God.
I mean, and I'm saying this because there are a number of women out there who got pets.
Wow.
And
a dog in the bed is gross. I'm sorry, dog. I bought my son when he was 16? When he was 15 or 16, I bought him a dog, right?
Okay.
Beautiful. God, what was I cannot even remember the fucking dog's breed. Small dog, real popular breed of dog. He loved it, but the dog died like 3 years later. The dog got loose, and I honestly believe the dog ran itself to death. It was one of the dogs, Boston Terrier,
Okay.
and it has those smushed in faces. And when it's hot, they're not supposed to be outside doing all this crazy road work. Well, in July, the dog got out and went ape shit and just ran all around the neighborhood. The dog got loose from my daughter, who was walking him around the block, and she looked and found him passed out on some rocks, dead. Now, when the dog left, I had to replace all my living room furniture. I had to replace it all. The dog made everything smell. This dog got washed once a week. It did not matter. The dog's funk was in the couch, was in the area rug. I had to throw away most of my living room furniture. A bed dog, a dog in a woman's bed, man, that is such a turnoff. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem, because I'm not laying in your dog bed and having sex with you. That's a problem, because I'm going to smell it. I've got a sensitive nose. When our dog passed, every time I came home, I could just smell the dog. The dog had been gone for months. As soon as I open my door, I smell Nina. That was her name, Nina. And had to throw out all my furniture, dude. It cost me like almost $5,000 to replace everything. And yeah, dude, that's a problem. And it's just me. I know people feel differently about animals. I know, my sister had a dog, and she went into now she was almost 50 at the time when the dog died. She never had a family, never did what she was supposed to do. So when that dog died, she went into a deep, like 2-3 month depression. She had that dog for like over 10 years. And so I know what dogs mean to people. I know what they mean to women, especially single women.
Right.
They put all their onus and attention and everything into that dog instead of, getting under the leadership of a proper man.
You're right. I agree.
It's a problem for me, dog, because I'm gonna smell that animal as soon as I come in her house. And there's no
They
way
do it 'cause-
I'm taking my clothes off and laying in a bed that a dog's been laying in. No.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I could be
I feel
wrong.
it.
That's just me, dog.
That's
That's
most
just me.
of us. That's just. I mean, I had a dog, but I never had my dog Rupert sleep in the bed with me. Now,
Mhm.
you know, and then you got to worry about cats too, because some of the older women they love cats, and I know, cleaning that cat hair and cat hair and all that.
Oh my God, dude, it's
that
gross. Oh man, and
Yeah.
you can't really clean up behind certain dogs. If it's one of these long hair, dude, you are not gonna clean up all this hair. If you got carpet, that hair is gonna be everywhere. If you got, plush couches, that hair is gonna be, dude. Nah,
That's a fact.
it's
If
a
my
problem.
like if my Doberman wasn't it's a short haired, so it rarely sheds like at
Mhm.
all. There's not a drop of shredded of dog hair in my apartment.
But these
And
chicks ain't
so
thinking about that.
they're not
Yeah,
not
they're
at
not
all.
thinking about that, bro.
Hey, let me ask you this. We were having Sigma really brought up a good point of why, especially among single women, why they do that, and it centers around this whole search for that unconditional love. What do you think of unconditional love as a concept?
Just my opinion. How do you give something away as valuable, as cherished, as love without any conditions? Why would you do that?
Great
That makes
question.
no sense to me.
Well, that's a great question, Brother Nate. Brother GK, can you answer that question?
Unconditional love is for unintelligent people. It's something for unintelligent people to believe in. Like that philosopher said, intelligent people understand reciprocity. Unintelligent people do not.
How do
They
you
think they can
require
do love.
nothing for love?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
That's
Right. And
insane.
it's also lazy because you're basically saying, let's say I'm a POS. You should just love me anyways, even if I am just a POS. You know what I'm saying? Like, in what world does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I could treat you Nate. I could treat you any old kind of way. You're supposed to just love me still. We
unconditional love
boys.
is
You
for
know what I'm
sure.
saying? Like, yeah, we boys, man. I ask you for money. I never give it back. I borrowed your car, got into an accident, but you should still, bro,
Unconditional. Yeah.
unconditional, man.
Well,
It's lazy.
here's what's
And you're opening yourself up for all sorts of abuse.
here's
Just
what's
untold amounts of abuse.
right now. Here's what Celine says, and I want you all to address this comment. It says people expect love for humans to be like God's love human beings, but human beings aren't capable of unconditional love. Only God is.
God doesn't
Human beings
require
can.
anything for his love. He doesn't require obeisance.
Right.
And again, I'm not trying to get into a religious debate. That's not my forte.
No,
But I think God has requirements for his love or for his consideration. I think he does.
Mm-hmm.
like Brother Clue said. Go ahead, bro.
If love is unconditional, there is no incentive to improve. He literally just took the words out of my mouth. That's why I like to read these comments before I speak, because that's really what I was going to say. And another thing too, the whole issue with the thing with religion is this, especially, and I'll just take Christianity for example. The love is there, but it's centered around the unconditional love is conditional. Because the idea is that the price has already been paid. But in order to reap the benefits, there are certain requirements. It's a weird kind of conditional, unconditional thing. It's not really unconditional. It's actually conditional. But once you meet the condition, then the world is open to you. I don't want to get into a whole religious debacle about it, but I think that was a weird
Unconditional
concept
love.
I think it was just I think it was the BS concept that was sold to us to make us feel good.
Yeah, because
But
brother Clue says if love is unconditional, there is no incentive to improve.
Mm.
Unconditional love is for children. It's for you loving your child, not for adults.
I mean, do we even love our children unconditionally? Do your children have to listen to you? Do they have to obey you? Do they have to show respect to you? That would mean it's not unconditional then.
I think
yeah,
it's ideal that they respect you, but even parents who have awful children, they still love
Yes, some
their
do.
kids.
That's true. Some do.
but I think as a parent though, I think there's a difference between the feeling of loving your kid unconditionally and teaching them the lesson that there are conditions for love. Because your child will do something, and you do have to discipline the child when they do something wrong. But it doesn't mean that you don't love them. It just means that that love has a certain set of, like, they have to be taught that even if you still love them unconditionally. If I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, I think I
just
see what you're saying. It's very convoluted. It's tough, that because this can veer off into so many different directions, But
Absolutely.
ultimately, everybody should just do what works for them, especially on the religious thing. I definitely don't tell folks what to believe in regards to God.
Right.
But I just think for me personally, the idea of unconditional love. Now, if I love you, love is not primarily about a warm feeling. Love to me is about what you're willing to sacrifice. What are you willing to give up for this individual? That to me denotes love, the most profound type of love. So, like, what am I prepared to give up for this person that I love? What am I going to deny myself that will enable me to care for them in a better fashion? So, that kind of love has requirements. There are things you're going to do for and with me. So,
right now, all you have to do, according to the Bible, is trust in God as He freely
Not
is.
true. That's not true, though. I'm not a Christian or anything, but there are commandments and laws, right, in the Bible.
Yes. Yes, there
So that
are.
wouldn't be true.
And shout out to David Orley King II. He says, I love my kids unconditionally, but their mama taught them to hate me. So it's remote love. They got no words from me. Well, there's no.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Brother Nate, that you got to take that one because as much as you talk about being a father, man, that's crazy. And shout out to my brother Osama. My brother Osama's in the building. What's going on, bro?
What's going on, brother Leon? How you feeling, man?
All right,
Samu,
we
what
got
is
some good
up?
people.
Oh man, hey man, I'm telling you, brother Nate, how you feeling, man?
I'm hanging in there, man. I got a few more days.
Hey man, you got a few more days.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So it was 2 weeks. It was the last show was 11 days ago on
Tuesday.
Sunday, right?
Not this past
Tuesday.
Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was a Sunday because I remember it was a Sunday. I was doing some work that Sunday evening, and I heard I was
I don't
listening.
know. Was it?
I think
I don't know.
I think it was a Sunday, brother.
I didn't get the strike till Tuesday.
Yeah,
Okay,
before
the last show you had was definitely that Sunday.
Was that Sunday? Okay, so then it
Yeah.
was the Tuesday.
Yeah. Definitely. I remember like it was yesterday, brother Nate.
I appreciate it. I'll be back, man. I'll be back.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, while I got everybody on the panel, Brother Free Zone has already heard this. So I'm going to briefly go.
What's going on, Free Zone?
He's cooking something, so I'm gonna go over the last five, and Brother Nate will agree with some of these too. All right, number 68. If she's constantly on social media or OnlyFans or TikTok, my opinion is you just leave her alone because she's going to have a number of individuals in her inbox, and for the most part, she's getting more and more confident and narcissistic, and she thinks she can basically her praise herself when it comes to a guy because she has so many guys coming in her DMs, and she can also sell her body as a prostitute. What say you about a number of women on this social media like OnlyFans and TikTok? It's, it's soft porn or porn on those platforms. I don't know. I heard, but I don't know too much about those platforms. I know brother Nate Tommy is on OnlyFans. You want to go on OnlyFans? Just be careful.
Oh no doubt, no doubt. You know, one of the most upsetting aspects of social media, it's we have millions of American young women prostituting themselves, and they don't call it prostitution. They're literally using their vaginas as mediums of exchange for likes, for handbags, for shoes, whatever. Their vagina is a medium of exchange, which is prostitution. My daughter, her best friend, got married when she was 18. This young lady would come to my house. You know, my daughter went to go live with her mother when she was 17. But when she was 15 and 16, her friend would occasionally come over and I would talk with her. And after my daughter moved, there was no reason for her to come over, of course. But a couple of years ago, my daughter calls me and she says, you know, such and such just got married. I said, what? She said, yeah, she got married. I was like, wow. I said, okay, well, that's terrific. You know, she had met a young man down in Columbia. After she graduated from high school, she moved down to Columbia, South Carolina. She met a young man, a machinist. He was about 24 years old at the time. And she got married. And so I talked to her. My daughter, she had her baby. My daughter was the godmother. She flew into Columbia. And I was talking to her on the phone. And she was telling me, you know, Mr. Such and Such, you know, after I got married, I got off social media. She said social media is the most depressing place in the world. Watching all these girls my age, they're fighting and they're talking about their abortions and talking about all the problems that they have with their boyfriends. It is so depressing. I'm not even on social media anymore, sir. I said, wow. I said, that's awesome. I said, that she did this on her own. After she got married, she said, my life is about my husband. You know, they got a small little apartment. You know, she's going to learn coding. She wants to be able to work from home and take care of her family. And she said, my family is my world. I don't even want any parts of social media. And my daughter said, yeah, she's off all the social media. And I know women were healthier before social media. They were significantly healthier women psychologically. And I think any woman that walks away from social media will see a marked improvement in her mental health. I think any woman that walks away from social media, it is so toxic and poisonous. What women do on social media, it's horrible, dog. It really is, man. So yeah, I think women will be much better served just not being on it.
All right, in the chat, if you could put brother Nate's channel. Shout out to the Little Big Nate Show. He has allowed me on his panels many times. Got to give him a big shout
pleasure,
out.
Man.
And shout out to my boy Big Body Productions. What's up, brother Matt? Welcome to the chat, bro. You there, brother Matt? And give a good salute. Good evening to Latin Patriot. Welcome to the chat. And if anybody in the chat sees computer robots, untime them out. Somebody, he was timed out accidentally. Use your power of the wrench that I gave you. I don't want to time or block anyone out unless they say some incestuous shit. So untime him out. And going to continue with the chat here. Yeah, social media is that is what's made a number of the westernized women and some men up there. It's made them crazy, deranged. Now, number 69. What if she's always complaining about her ex? Okay, because there are a number of them. Okay, she gets with somebody new, but she's complaining about her ex, and if the new man does something, that new man might remind her of something that her ex did, and that also becomes part of a problem. What say you all in the panel and in the chat?
Any woman that talks about her ex is not over him. So yeah, that's a big red flag, huge red flag. So yeah, she's still talking about the ex, man. I just, you can still kick it with. I just wouldn't take it too serious.
What say you, brother Matt? You're muted. All right, brother Matt, you're muted. Okay, I wouldn't take her seriously either. I mean, that's gonna be some problems. And brother Nate, this one is definitely for you, number 70, because you talk about this all the time. If she's constantly hanging around and taking advice from bitter women, and I say that because she will believe them over you, what say you?
You can tell a lot about folks by the company they keep, and any woman that keeps the company of bitter, hateful, abusive women, women are very good, and so are men to a degree. You meet their representatives at first. You don't meet, the actual person. So I absolutely, you can tell a lot about a woman by the friends that she keeps. And if all of her friends are nasty, bitter, single, disruptive, troublemaking women, man, she's the same way, dog. She's just putting on that femininity front, that femininity facade for a while, and it's just a matter of time. You're gonna say something or do something that she doesn't approve of, and
Right.
she's gonna go ape shit on you, and she'll be right with those miserable bitches talking all sorts of hella shit about you, and
Absolutely.
they'll be filling her head with all the horrible things she should do to you. Girl, go in his checkbook and take a couple of checks from the back of the checkbook. This is what a dude, a friend, I swear to God, a friend of mine told me about that shit. He said his woman, after they broke up, he had like 4 checkbooks that hadn't been used, and there were checks missing from the back of every one of his checkbooks.
And she wrote checks?
Yes. After they broke up, she wrote checks.
That's forgery.
Yeah, dog. That's what these bitches do.
You know what, brother?
Man.
You know what, brother Nate? I remember you would tell. Well, you always on your channel. You always tell us about the frauds here that do stuff like that. And
yes,
Computer Robots does say this too. If you complain about your ex, the $1 million question is, why did you break up with the gentleman anyway? Because for the most part, if you're complaining about your ex, you still want him, or you don't want him to get anyone better, or it's about control. It's because a number of individuals believe that they have this power, and they really don't have this power. I look at it like that, and they want to make a man miserable. What say you all? As they continue talking about their ex all the time.
What about you, Osama? What's your opinion? You ever run into that?
Well, as far as talking about their ex,
yeah,
absolutely. Well, I mean, first off, brother Leon, you have quite a few rules on your list. How many rules is there total, brother?
You got a lot.
You know what? I actually it's 72. I mean, there's some. I got to go back and fix every. Well, but the rules. Okay, I work as a civil engineer, and what we have is a spec book. Okay, if I go out on a project, or I call them a list of standards. Okay.
Okay.
Now the standards that I work with apply to the whole state of Indiana when I go into their parks. But now when it comes to specifications, they're what they are, specifications for each project. So every standard that I'm saying, I'm just giving you the overall standard, but it doesn't apply to every situation. So you may, one or two of these standards may apply to the woman you're with, or if you're looking for that kind of woman. I'm just picking out the overall situations that are deal breakers to men. That's why I did it. So you'll be in a
Right,
position.
right.
So
No,
you'll be in
no,
a position of being number one instead of being at the bottom. Because who wants to compete to be at the bottom?
no. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, Leon. One thing I can say is you being an engineer. Engineering is a very specific field where everything has to be perfectly aligned. All the mathematics have to be perfectly in sync for the engineering to be in lieu with the project at hand. You know, engineering is a very exact science. When you're talking about relationships, though, and human interaction, especially in a society like America, it's just it's a totally different realm. Now, I'm not. All the rules on your list, brother Leon.
Yes, sir.
I agree 100%. But the thing about it is, in this day and age, the percentage of women in this society that we live in who can adhere to a long list of rules like that, it's very slim. We're talking low single digits. So one of the things, one of
Yeah,
the things
go
you
ahead,
have to,
bro.
one of the things you have to do, I'm realizing the dating. You know, I'm 44 years old, and I haven't just seen such a drastic change in the dating market over the last 10 years. What really changed it was Instagram was a big, Instagram got, I guess Instagram started getting big probably 5 years ago. I remember when it first came out in 2011, I want to say. I didn't even know anything about it. Instagram was a huge precursor into this over reliance on social media and just this narcissistic these narcissistic displays that have been expeditiously moved up, unfortunately, number one. And number two, just the amount of, one of the things that the engineers who have engineered this whole social media, I mean, we got to be honest, this has probably been a 30, 40 years in the making. The powers that be who come out with these things, it's way deeper than Mark Zuckerberg or Sergey Brin at Google or Elon Musk. A lot of this stuff, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And just the way society has been socially engineered through social media is just astounding. And it's hit women a lot. It's been a lot more imperative on the female side than the men's side because, men, we're just socialized. We have to perform. 1+1 = 2. If we don't, we have to perform. We already know that there is a certain barometer that we have to reach. But with women, there's just so many benign factors in play that tell women that that they are, especially in American society, in an industrialized country like America that is controlled by Madison Avenue. The thing that the powers that be, they want women to spend X amount of dollars. They want families to be broken up. And unfortunately, it's got to the point where women have been there's an overabundance of choice, and they think that they're so-called spoiled by choice, but they're really not spoiled by choice. So unfortunately, you have a lot of women that just they're not going to be realistic, and they think that putting themselves out there on social media is just by widening their pool. They're not really looking into the actual mathematics. Because, to be honest, women don't really look at mathematics that often. They're not looking at the mathematics, and they think because they have a wider reach, it's going to be easier to get a high value man or a more desirable man. And in all reality, it's not. And to be honest, women are more single than they've ever been in the history of this country.
Osama, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Now, what is your opinion on the fact that these women, I mean, especially like white American women, they're all over the internet talking about how they can't find a good dude, where are the good dudes, only to look at their social media comments, they're filled to the brim with men professing their love and telling them how beautiful they are, and they feel completely alone. How do you explain that?
One of the things I'm going to explain, it kind of goes back to what I'm saying, Nate. This social media engineering has been so detrimental to the American woman who's spoiled by choice and who's spoiled by the riches of living in the most wealthy and resource available society on the planet.
Yeah.
So being that there's all these resources available at hand, and then on top of that, brother Nate, American society, you don't see guys in other, even when you compare to other industrialized nations like in Germany, England, especially Japan, we're talking about other wealthier nations. Men are not predisposed to simp like how American men do. Point blank.
Really? Okay.
Oh, absolutely not. This whole thing, no. No, I mean, well, that's also too. You look at a lot of these other, first world, G8 nations. Their tax rate's a lot higher, and goods are a lot higher. So, just it's a lot. One thing in America, we have an abundance of inexpensive things compared to a lot of other industrialized nations.
Tank of gas, $12 in fucking Sweden.
Absolutely.
Insane.
You want to get a pair of Levi's jeans, and Scandinavia, it might be $120. Yeah, people, and they just don't really go out. People don't go out to eat that much. It's just it's a very different society. Like I was reading some literature on dating in Europe, like in Scandinavia and France versus in America. It's totally different. I was talking to this girl. She was from the Netherlands. We were talking for a while online, and she was just saying, men out there, it's just you go on a date. It's a 50-50 thing. You're not really going to an expensive restaurant. It's just the mentality is totally different.
Wow.
So the problem is, brother Nate, American women have just been spoiled. A lot of it is the media doing it. It's Madison Avenue's doing, and then on top of that, it's just going to college. College is just an indoctrination camp for even having higher.
Ruins them.
It absolutely ruins them. So a lot of these women, what a man was the man who was making, we'll say $65,000, who was a perfectly capable husband. I'm going to even say in the 90s. Now this woman thinks her value is a lot higher than it actually is. I've said this over and over again. Spending power hasn't changed in the last 3 to 4 generations, right? In a lot of ways, it's actually gotten a lot tougher, especially in the last year or so. But unfortunately, these women have just been told, they've been sold this narrative, and social media has expanded on it a lot. And then also, too, women are just so catty that a woman can be completely happy with your average, everyday run-of-the-mill guy, but she's going to have that empirical pressure from her social circle of other female friends who are going to say, oh, girl, he ain't good enough for you. And this is black woman, this is white woman, Latin woman, not quite as much. And yeah, it's definitely a thing. Women are a lot, men, if you notice, men tend to, especially as men get older, men tend to be by themselves a little more, do the whole, I'm going to just stay to myself, stay secluded. But women are definitely more social creatures in the sense where they need to have a network of other people they're talking to.
Absolutely.
That network could be extremely toxic on so many different levels. So it's just, I think that's outlined a wide variety of reasons why, but, college, social media, the social network, and a lot of time too, just Madison Avenue pushing this narrative that you can always do better, that you deserve a man who's firing on every cylinder. Like Brother Leon was saying earlier, you got all the 6 C's, you got the 6-pack abs, 6-figure income.
Regardless of her deficiencies, though.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of delusion out there, because Brother Nate, number 71, you'll definitely believe in this one because you talk about it all the time. In fact, you actually this one about the feminazis. If she's a misandrist, now, if you all don't know what a misandrist is. It's a man-hating woman, or if she's a feminist, I'd say leave her alone because she will complain about all men being sexist, and she will bring that womanist attitude into your relationship.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, what I don't understand is, okay, so, black women are, these uber educated women. They've got these degrees. They got, many of them have degrees beyond, the standard BS or BA. But as they've become more educated, they have literally lost so many of the attributes that make women attractive to men. Their weight, their attitudes, the femininity deficit in Black America. I mean, how is education making you better and you're less desirable? How is education making you better and almost 100% of your children are born out of wedlock? I mean, everything would indicate that things are terribly wrong. Whatever ideology you subscribe to as a group of women, Black women in particular, it is failing you in the most profound of ways.
Now, brother,
why haven't they pumped the brakes and tried to assess what the fuck is going on?
But why is it failing them? I mean,
nothing's going right for them. I mean, they can talk all this shit about how they dominate and control and they're the boss. They're the least desirable women in the world, not because they're Black, not because they're ugly, but because they are filled with poison. Anything that pulls you away from your femininity and your nature as a woman, you should reject out of hand. And let's be honest, that's what the Democrats do. They encourage you to be other than yourself as a woman. They want you to be men. They want you to be angry, violent, loud, obnoxious. They want you to be everything men find repulsive in modern women. That's what they promote and celebrate.
Yeah, now
abortion, everything that's wrong, they celebrate. Why don't they see this?
That's true. It seems to now putting politics in it, it does. And I've noticed this. Like, look at that infrastructure bill that was just passed. It was a terrible infrastructure bill. And I read a lot of it. I mean, I downloaded it and it's got a lot of pork in it. The Democrats really want failure, and their failure is to keep them in power. And that's true because just like a computer robot says, going back to feminism, he said, this is what I know why Black women are so they want to hang on to white feminism, because in my humble opinion, they believe that it gives them some power. And this is why I said, Brother Nate, on your panel, as Black men, we're going to have to participate in some politics as well, like run for the school board, because
absolutely,
when you see a number of these women getting power, well, that's just more rights that we're going to lose. And it's not sexist, but the powers to be want them to be in power because they spend a lot more money than we do. Let's just be honest. They're consumers. We're more investors. I mean, if you look at what's going on out here, they're really trying to promote everything about women. Look at the Equalizer. Okay, I saw the white man played the Equalizer. Then Denzel Washington played it, and now you have Queen Latifah kicking men's asses out there on television.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, how many movies? Charlize Theron and what's her face? The
Uma Thurman and all that.
Yeah. She used to.
Yeah.
The woman that played in Salt. She was. She used to be with
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, Angelina Jolie. All these 5'6", 5'7", 120-pound white women that can beat the shit out of 285-pound men. It's ridiculous, dude. It's partially responsible for the epidemic we see of violence against men. These women literally think they can beat up men.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're also with men. All right, if we report being abused, who's going to believe us? It's like, okay,
even if we believed you, we'd make fun of you.
Oh,
Let's keep it real.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So,
and we're going to. I mean, the worst thing is to have another man have us walk with our tail between our legs or our head between our tails, because we men have an ego, and that seems to be a problem. I mean, men get molested. I mean, You know, you got some of these women out there. I heard on if you're familiar with Dr. Tiason Johnson, both of us, brother Nate, tried to get him on. I haven't had any luck with him either.
Understood. Busy.
Have you had luck with him?
No, I'll be honest. I haven't tried to get him on. Somebody suggested it. I haven't reached out to him yet, but
I got his email. I tried to reach out to him, but he had on a video, and the man is older now. But he said that this woman, I don't know if she was related, an older woman about in her 70s, said she used to summon him, and what she used to do to him was give him oral sex. And he mentioned that. And she had been doing it for years. But the thing about it is, men don't report things like that because they're not believed. And it always looks like, oh, well, you got an older woman. See, we're always looked at as being conquerors anyway. But when something doesn't go the right way, we're still looked at as conquerors. And what I mean, okay, if we abuse a woman or assault a woman, all hell's going to break loose. The Me Too movement is going to be alive and well. But when it happens to men, nobody cares about men. And the problem is, men really don't fight for those same rights that women have. And that's our fault. That
411. Did you remember that story about we got all these suburban Diddy white teachers who have sex with these 27, 28, 32-year-old suburban teachers. They sleep with the 13, 14-year-old boy. Did you hear about the boy that ended up having to pay child support to the teacher?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. Boy got her pregnant at 14. They got married a couple of years later. They got divorced. He had to pay child support to this grown woman who literally took advantage of him. Amazing, dog. It's amazing.
I mean, but now if you flip the script, we'd be in jail.
Oh, yeah. People say the guy should be dead. Yeah, she should have been killed.
Yeah, it's a crazy time, man. Have y'all heard about the rapid increase of single women in Japan? Because they're a little bit, the women. Japan is a little bit ahead of us in the feminism game. So if you want to
Japan,
if you want to see how it's gonna look for these, if you want to see how it's gonna look for these women, go look at Japan. They got women either and in Japan it's a little different because you can still do things to get shunned away from your community. You know what I'm saying? So they have that whole aspect. We don't have that. But what's happening is that women in mass, I want to say over the age of 40, because they basically gave women the free ability. I think it was like 1987, late 80s, whatever it was. Once they signed the bill, women could go into the workforce, they could get education, they could make as much money as they wanted to. And once that happened, the same thing that we're seeing now is what happened then. So women get degrees and they realize, I don't. Number one, I don't need you messing up my freedom. Number two, even if I want to be up under you, you need to make more than me. Which, as we know, that's a very small pool of men. So what's happening? These small pool of men are getting all the women, and these women that can't find men, which I think right now it's at like 60 to 70%. Don't quote me on it. It's like that high of a percentage of single women. But they're either dying alone by themselves with their cats and their dogs, or they're shacking up with other women who don't want to die with their cats and their dogs. And so it's actually a huge problem over there. At least for the women, it's not a huge problem for the men because they got their families and they're good. But
it's a huge problem for Japan as a whole because the problem with Japan is their birth rate. It's not even okay. Like I've said this before, you need 2.2 kids per woman to maintain the current population numbers in any society. In Japan, it's like right around one, if that. And the problem with Japan is Japan has almost no immigration. So they're saying if Japan doesn't have an expeditious amount of immigration, we're talking about right now, that their economy in the next 30 years could drop by literally 50%. It's a problem of the largest magnitude in Japan.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
It's bad. It's really bad.
So
And it's so bad that in Japan, they said that 35% of all men who are even to the age of 30 are still virgins. It's a lot of
virgin.
Japanese. Japanese men. They call them the herbivore men. A lot of these Japanese guys, they were MGTOW way, but they were like pretty much
I actually heard that. I heard
They were pretty much MGTOW like post bomb of Hiroshima, like that old.
Let me ask you all something.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you something.
Go
So,
ahead.
based on what you gentlemen just spoke about happening in Japan, and based on what we know is going on here in America, I mean, is the way to keep a functioning society to keep women out of the workforce? For the most part? I mean,
Yeah,
dude, I'm serious.
Nate, that's
get housewives popping. Because in Japan, there's I just looked at it today, so I'm kind of pulling the numbers. But they said it was like 20% of women, period, in Japan are in favor and promote being housewives. So that means you got 80% of women in Japan that could care less. They want to go to school, they want to get their education, they want to be all that they can be. I would imagine though, here's an interesting thing. Here's what my thought process was though. All of these men that and this is my thing, like if men here, because there's this whole culture here of men who are looking for their woman has to be ADOS, not black, ADOS, which is a whole completely different thing. If they were willing to just let that go, man, they could easily find women, because those women in Japan are begging for a man. They will do anything for a man. They'll worship the ground that a black man walks on.
Theo's talked quite a bit about how amenable Japanese women are.
Yeah, because even with this comment, brother computer robot says, he talked about the reason why the black women have their fears and they stick with feminism, because they think that we would leave them for white women. And if you think about it, 85% of black men are with black women. That's a fact.
That rate is definitely trending downward, though. I would say when you look at the younger millennials, and man, they date out at a much higher rate. And also something, Brother Leon, that doesn't really get talked about when it comes to interracial dating is America is becoming a lot more of a multicultural society. When I was born in 1977, America was 12% black, about 5% Latino, maybe 3% Asian, and about 80 over 80% white. Now you look in 2021. On paper, America's 60% white, but then you got to think of all the undocumented Spanish cats that aren't. That's probably 20 million who aren't counted. Then when you take all the Arabs in America, that's another about 5 million, because Arabs who they're not white, but for whatever reason they get counted as white in the census. America is just a little bit over 50% white at this point. And then when you look at the public schools are over 60% minority now. So things are just. America has definitely become more of a multicultural society than it was in years past. Things are a lot more diverse just due to the numbers. So I don't see that 85 number sticking at all. And it's not just because ADOS men are thinking about it. It's just people. The interracial date is just it's not just a lot more common nowadays than it was.
It's not as taboo.
It's not as taboo. Yeah, it's not as taboo anymore. But also number two, it's just the society that we live in. We're all Gen X brothers. And society now is a lot more multicultural than it was, before, and it's only going to get more and more multicultural through every prevailing year. So things are just.
I will say this.
What's that, brother?
Women's behavior has a lot to do with that. These young men, like I've seen so many YouTube videos where the content creator goes to the mall and he just asks random guys, a lot of them black, do you date black girls? And a lot of, some of the young black men say yes. A lot of the young black men say no. And when he asks, well, why don't you? Almost to a man, they're mean or their attitudes. They're mean and they have bad attitudes. So my son, 23 years old, he would prefer a young black woman, but he can't find one who knows how to behave. So he's, he dates Latinos and stuff. He can date whoever he wants, but
hey Nate, you're not far from Charlotte, right?
Was that?
You're not too far from Charlotte, right, brother? You're like in the Charlotte area.
20 minutes, man. Yeah, I love Charlotte.
Oh, okay. Are you only 20 minutes from Charlotte?
Oh,
that's it.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. So
I'm in Charleston, bro. I'm right up the road from you. Then.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Cool. SC.
Nice. Yes,
so,
sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
just moved away from Charlotte. I just moved away from JCSU.
Oh, for real? Where'd you move to?
Undisclosed location.
Undisclosed location.
I know you were in Charlotte.
Can you say the state?
It's a country.
Oh wow. Okay, so you got out the cool deal. Man.
You out of the States, brother, huh?
Yeah,
I'm out. I'll tell you on the phone.
He did the expat thing.
Wow. Okay. So, man, be safe, bro. Be safe.
Oh, brothers, we got Brother Trey in the house. What's going on, Brother Trey?
What's good, Troy?
What up?
Hey, what it do? What it do, everybody? Man, I'm glad I was able to catch more of the rules coming through. Man, 411, bro.
Hey,
Trey, salute to I didn't mean to interrupt. Just real quick, I want to say salute to you, Trey, man, when you were on was it yesterday when you were on Obsidians? Or was it yesterday or the day?
Monday Night Football was on. So yeah, it was Monday night.
I was listening to the replay yesterday when I was working, and brother, I agree with everything you said. It was yeah. I just want to tell you, man, everything you said was 100% correct. Brother, too many people, they just have their wishing on a star like the song. And man, the best thing a black man can do, like I said over and over again, is have personal agency and do what's best for you. But I didn't want to interrupt, man. Go. My bad, brother Leon.
Hey, what stream? Absu, what stream was he on? He said he was on.
He was on O-Man's. I guess he was on O-Man's on Monday night, but I heard the replay when I was working on my lawns yesterday.
Yeah.
And when Trey got on,
it was Obsidians.
Trey and brother Pablo had the best point. You know what? Pablo said something that was very impactful as well. He just said, you know what? Because Pablo's just a cool, laid back brother. He said sometimes I'm just come on here just to hang out, have a good time, and have fun. And that's half the time I'm on these streams, just to laugh and have a good time and kick back. We can't. It's not always going to be about some kind of impertinent issue we're discussing. Sometimes it's good just to kick back with other brothers and have like this, do our digital barbershop thing.
Oh, absolutely. 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 And speaking of that, we're at the last one, and I want you all to comment on this one because we just talked about the education. Someone we've already gone over, but if she brags about her education, her job, regardless of status in life. Now these are all, I wrote all these out myself. I believe she's looking to compete with you for leadership in the relationship. And I'd say leave her alone because at the end of the day, she thinks she's superior to you. This goes by what you said, Brother Nate, the number of ABWs are like that. Brother King, you might believe in the same thing. But yeah, how would you all handle that comment? Now,
she's bringing him out. Right? Oh yeah, education.
You know how.
Yeah. Again, what is education done for women in general? I mean, education is supposed to enhance you and make you proficient in some discipline or something. But it seems these women, the more proficient they become in some discipline, the less feminine, the less maternal, the less able they are to cooperate in a proper dynamic between a man and woman in a relationship. This education seems to be destroying them. It seems to be ruining them instead of making them better. So yeah, they can run their mouths about their education if they want to. I mean, show me the results. The more degrees, the more masters, the more judgeships and companies you start. Why are you becoming less and less desirable for men to be with? Why is that?
Because they can't handle that whole thing where you don't need somebody. They don't know how to handle that. Like a man can be in that same position and still find that utility meaning from his woman. And when that role is reversed, it's like, what's the point of the guy being there? That's almost like how they treat it.
And
this education has turned them into men. It slowly but surely has turned them into men. Men don't want to be with men.
But you want to know something?
I'll almost say that, because here's the issue with the women. Most of the women are choosing lower paying jobs with their education. It's like, I'm not gonna say they're not necessarily going after the bag, but whatever they get their degrees in, it translates into lower pay.
You wouldn't know that listening to them, though. You would say they're all making six figures. They're all boss bitches. You wouldn't believe that listening to them, though.
And they're all, just like GK says, they're all trying to be men. And you know what I'm going to say, Brother Nate, and Trey is probably going to believe it too. Everybody's going to believe it. Individuals that are supposed to be on our side are our adversaries, and they want to compete with us because you want to throw politics in there. We can throw that in there. The left all comes from the left, because one thing I'm gonna always say about the left, they are not very smart people. Let's just be honest. I mean, we could sit up here and some of the rhinos aren't very smart people either, especially 13 rhinos that voted for this infrastructure.
Voted for the fucking infrastructure bill. Yes, 13
rhinos. So we can get in some politics too. We can kick it around with some politics.
Be primary to hell. Every last one of them.
Yeah.
Well, I'll chime in on this real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
When it comes to the educated woman, it's a huge difference, like you say, between the left and the right, and traditional and these more modern women. When a woman is bragging about her education, it's just an automatic signal that she's fun material. She's like hang out, party girl, get what you got to get out of her, and use her up and spit her out. That's about it. Because I mean, honestly, if we want to look at the old days, you still got a lot of women who are out here going to school just to meet their man, meet the man of their dreams, to spend their life with. But unfortunately, men, we've realized that college ain't the ticket. I mean, you can make way more money, without a college degree right now than you can without one. So these women are realizing that, okay, this ain't the move. Going to college to find the man of their dream, because they're going to school and finding maggles and soy boys waiting for them in college. The more rough, rugged individuals are, in blue collar gigs, or, they're doing, tech, what do they name? Open source tech, or tech that isn't, bound by, blue collar America. So, military, all kinds of blue collar jobs, or more hands-on white collar jobs. So that's why, you just gotta, pick and choose if you're dealing with an educated woman. And like I said, that automatic tell, though, if you want pump and dump material, as soon as they start bragging, I got this, that, and the other, try to compete. Okay, cool. Just smile and use her for what she worth.
Matter of fact, I got something for you. You speaking of that, because I got something else that I wrote up. I don't know if I want to. I call it the Men's Guide to Dating, dealing with women who are unavailable for a relationship. And guess what? I call it Smash and Dash.
There you go. Beat and skeet.
All right, so you know what I'm saying. Because it's funny, if you look at my thumbnail, I got a fish with a hook that's catch and release. I might even bring some of that out. But Brother Sigma says educated broads are more annoying for me because subconsciously I want to believe that she is intelligent while consciously I know she's not. What say you all?
Educated women bug me because they try to flaunt their education. So it's like when you ask them a simple question, they got to give you the they have to give you like the expanded. It's this long drawn out thing, and it's annoying.
You think they're exaggerating? Because I think there's a little bit of all of us up here.
It's a flex. You know what I'm saying? They want to flex that little education that they got. That's all.
How many men do any of you know who has ever come to you and said, "Man, I met the baddest, smartest girl. Oh my God, dude, she's a genius. Man, she can do trigonometry, she can do applied geometry. Oh my God, man, she is brilliant." I ain't never met no motherfucker tell me that shit about no broad.
Said no man ever.
No
Hey,
man ever.
come to me like that, I'm be like, hey, write me an equation for what that mouth do.
I ain't never heard no man brag on no broad's brain. Ever. A man will brag about how she looks, her sex, her cooking, maybe how clean she keeps it. Man, she keeps a spotless place. Those are the kinds of things men brag about their women. I ain't never heard no man brag about a woman's intelligence. Ever.
Well, I will say this as far as that goes. If you meet one of those traditional feminine college educated women, man, she makes a great employee for your business. You know, Donovan Sharp made a video about this last week. Make her your employee. Hey, man, you know me, I promote that all day long. What is your wife or your girl out there doing working? And you know, if y'all in the LTR, if you got a business, she need to be working for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, few and far between ADOS from what are going to subscribe to that, though.
I think. Let's be honest. Let's talk about black men for a minute.
Okay.
You know, we are very good at painting pictures of success, of things we're going to achieve, how great it's gonna be. You know, we do have we have men that are out here handling their business. You know, the men on this platform are an example. The men that come on my platform are a great example of that. But we do have a lot of black men who are very good at just verbally illustrating the world that they're gonna put this woman in, and it doesn't happen a lot of the time. Problem is, most black women are not attracted to the men with tangible wins. Those men are not, black women in particular, they love the theatrics. That's why they love their pastors and their preachers. That's why they love, pimps. Pimps paint vivid illustrations for them. They love anybody that can talk good shit, and even black men like it to a certain degree,
And Nate, did you just say even black men to a certain degree?
To a certain degree, we like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Nate, brother Nate, I think that's more than a certain degree. I think that's.
Hey, y'all know me. This is where I came and dropped the anvil on freaking Obsidian's panel the other night, and I was like, Jordan Peterson was spot on, and I spoke about this on my channel when I clipped him, and he said, "What you worry about the next man for?" He said, "You need to be worried about what's going on in your love life. If these brothers are worried about, trying to make Keisha submit, if Keisha ain't on what she on, man, you got to expand your options. There are plenty out here, 4 billion of them in this world. And, you could get them whatever persuasion you want that don't act like Keisha. But the issue, the problem is that you got to hey, if your man next door or your homies, want to go down that route, hey, you got to let them crash and burn."
Well, that's true. But get back.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this real quick too, and I actually gotta go. But the whole thing that's frustrating about getting on some of these panels is because it's like it's a weird kind of winner loser mentality because it's like they're moving towards high value, right? But at the same time, when it comes to relationships, they want to it's like they want the women that don't want them and haven't wanted them since like the 60s. They don't want you, but you want to change them. You know what I'm saying? And so, and that was the issue when we were on the panel the other day, talking about that with Obsidian and them. They were like, "Well, we just want to put the ADOS woman on notice. We just want people to know." And it's like, well, why do you just want people to know? That you don't want them to change? You just want people to know? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, why else would you bring attention to something unless you wanted that something to change? So you're essentially changing. You're essentially changing. You're trying to change someone who doesn't want to change and hasn't changed for a greater part of what 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? But I got to drop off, man. It's good. Breath of fresh air for the week, man. I always enjoy your streams 411
Hey,
because it's just brothers talking, man. I love it. Trey, Nate.
And like
I'll holler at y'all, man.
No doubt.
How do you say your name, sir? How do you say your name, my brother?
Are you talking to me, Usama?
Shauna, man. I heard you say what's up to me, man. I was trying to say something to you, but I was muted.
Citizen Lou. Is that you, brother? Is that you talking right now?
I'm Free Zone Lou. I'm the other Lou.
Free Zone Lou. Oh, okay. Free Zone Lou. It's Usama, brother. Usama,
man. Good talking to you, man. Always look forward to seeing you on this stream, bro.
Free Zone Lou, always, brother. Always a pleasure, man. I'm glad. And you had a very before you go, you had a very good point. I've said this numerous times. That's why I don't even go on other panels because the conversation a lot of the time just goes in round robin, and there's a lot of ego and esoteric talking points that it just gets frustrating if you actually want to have a real rounded conversation. So I think you were spot on with that last statement, brother.
And salute to my man Theo. He's in the chat. And also my boy Guy King, going back to the education. As we know, number of females who brag about they really, again, want to compete with us. And they are suffering from excessive testosterone now. He says it's maybe not her fault completely, but, for the most part, this education, it's nothing wrong with education. However, you got to know how to use your education. That's the way I look at it. A lot of them don't know how to use this education. And going back to Celine, she says, I was friends with a black girl through school. Her name was, I can't even pronounce it. Dominiqua? Wow. In the 8th grade, we was zip lining on a field trip, and I was afraid her hair was going to fall off.
Right. Get out of there. Get to the chopper, Celine. Celine, I had that one black friend. Get out of here, Celine, with that.
Oh, man. Like I've said on my channel a bunch of times, I said, I want fewer ruined black women. And I do. I want fewer ruined women, period. But I know the only way for there to be fewer ruined black women is for men to lay out the road that gets them to success, and the ones that see the value in that and understand that you're talking to a group of men who have more of a vested interest in your success than anybody else. Maybe I should listen to these guys. And for those women that will listen to what we have to say and get on that road and do what we tell them, their success, there's a high probability of success at the end of that road for many of those women.
And
the rest of them, whatever happens to them, happens to them.
And going back to my boy Guy King, he agrees with Trey. He cannot allow his main chick to work for someone else at this stage in his life. So he agrees with Trey. He wants his woman to work for him, which, when these individuals go to work, it's funny how they will play up to their boss because that boss has control. But some of them, when they come home, they want to let it fly. They want to bring that power home from work, and that's a problem.
And I mean, how likely is it to find a woman, a Western woman, that is going to work with you on your finances for the family? Like, work with you. Most men I know in relationships, they have stories of the women playing all sorts of games with the money. I mean, just endless fucking games with the household finances.
And this is the part where
Go ahead, Trey.
I was gonna say, man, you know, fellas, you got to be ruthless, man, out here. You got to be ruthless with a woman. You got to let her know, like, from jump, hey, this is how things are gonna go. Like, this is a dictatorship. Like, you know, this is what you're gonna do with the money. This is how you're gonna run it. If I got to do it, what do I need you for?
Yeah, you don't want to micromanage. But you know, Trey, how a number of them are with money.
They slick in it. Just
dishonest. Just like you just told me, Nate, somebody writing checks. That's forgery.
Pulling checks from the back of the man's checkbook.
How
hey,
we
know who does this. And this is, you know, and this is where I had to, you know, go in on Fantastic last night in his math. If a majority of them have a proclivity to be, you know, like fraud, like scams, like eating too much, yeah, you know, you got to go somewhere else. You can't just say, oh man, I guess most of black men are freaking fucked. No, you're not. Leave them the fuck alone. They left, you know, shout out to SKC. They left You Alone, signed a deal completely in 1959 with Howard Zinn. They signed 4 years after Emmett Till was, you know, brutally murdered. R.I.P. to my little man Emmett Till. They signed a deal with Zaddy to say, you know what? We have our own agency. We will do what the fuck we want to do. Fuck them. If Becky is calling, if Becky can do them finances right, or Maria Ling Ling, Fatima, or if an Asian woman with that big brain power, hell yeah, get with them.
You'll get no argument out of me.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, you said this is guys you work with who have that story with women they're married to. This is like, I mean, I guess you work with a multitude of guys with different backgrounds, if I'm not mistaken. I know you're in the insurance game. So
yeah. He said his wife, well, his ex-wife, after they broke up, he was clearing shit out the house. He found checks being cashed that he didn't write. So he goes through his checkbooks and he had a book of newer checkbooks, and there were like 2 or 3 checks taken out of the back of the 4 checkbooks that were in the cardboard box of checkbooks. She had taken checks out of the back of the checkbook.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Denise, a lot of these white and Asian women, they play sisters try to play the short game, because sometimes as a whole, as black folks, we don't have the foresight that we should have, unfortunately. But a lot of them white women and them Asian women, they play the long. I mean, they'll have like a 25-year plan to get out of that marriage. They definitely play the long game, brother.
I mean, just like even with my situation, my ex-wife, I mean, just the damage you're causing to the point where I have to file for divorce and I have to fight to get custody. I mean, they just so many, and I'm not saying it's indicative of all black women, of course. It's just way too many of them, man. Way too many.
And sadly, the sisterhood is, like Celine says, I guess we're talking about that Dominiqua, the sisterhood that thought she was cool, they got her. So she tried to act tough around other BWs, and the sisterhood is bad. The sisterhood.
I had a woman on my platform. You were probably there for one. She was a 31-year-old black woman. She came up. She wanted to tell a story. A couple of years prior, she was away on a destination wedding for one of her best friends. And she's sitting in the hotel room with this bride-to-be. Her nuptials are tomorrow. And her and the other bridesmaids, like 4 of them, they're all trying to tell her not to get married. I said, well, was there something wrong with the guy? She said, no, he was a great guy. He's a good dude. But we told her that you're going to lose your freedom. He's going to control you. These are all educated, successful Black women in trying to encourage the bride to be. Her wedding's tomorrow, not to marry this man.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she did
She
it
regretted it. She was like, I was wrong, and I can't believe I acted like that, yada yada yada. But yeah, she was like, this is how a lot of Black women are. I'm like, oh God damn. Dude, there's
I
no
want to ask y'all.
situations
Go ahead,
like
Brother
that.
King.
Have y'all aware of this this Black Power couple that was found dead in Atlanta recently? I think it was a couple of days ago, maybe.
Nah, who were they?
Yeah.
It was I don't remember the names right now, but you can look it up. Just look up Black Power couple found dead. The man, I believe they were both millionaires or something like that. He caught her cheating and wanted to break up with her. And they have 8 children together, by the way. They raised 8 kids together.
Wow.
But he caught her cheating and he wanted to break up, so she killed him and then herself.
Murder suicide.
Oh my God, dude.
Wow.
You know the that Pink Book Lessons lady? She did a content about 2 days ago on this gentleman who, so this man calls 911. His wife, he's like 60, his wife is like 32. She has a knife to his back and she's cutting him. And he sends their little boy downstairs to meet the police. Police come upstairs, they shoot and kill him. And the cops asked, who's upstairs? Mommy? Who has the knife? Mommy has the knife. Who is she hurting? Daddy? And they went upstairs and they killed the Black man. They shot him dead. It's all on video. The body cam caught it. Yeah, this is what. And we have. I was on Lapeef's last night. I wasn't on it, but I was in the chat, and they were talking about like how to deal with, hateful or abusive women when they get nasty or disrespectful. I said you have to learn when and how to hurt a bitch. You just have to. There's sometimes you have to hurt a woman, and I'm not even talking physically. When a woman gets out of pocket and insulting and disrespectful, you take whatever her insecurity is and you tear it wide open. And I had black men in the chat saying, "Oh man, that's not going to solve anything. Oh man, what are you talking about?" I was like, "You niggas are way too nice, dog."
And this is the problem with that, is that when these dudes get so the Black woman is God, she can't do nothing wrong, so you let her get away with more and more and more, and then to the point where she'll put a gun, want to stab you, and this, that, and the other, and you're still like, oh man, I can't hit no woman. No, at that point all bets are off. Beat her fucking ass like a man.
Sir.
When the cops get there, hey, hands up. Don't shoot or whatever. If she's laying in the light there's a pulp, oh well, you save your life. If you got to go do a couple years in jail, guess what? You ain't dead. So, but here's the deal. You know what's going to happen. You're going to get there. The cops ain't going to know what's going on. They see a domestic fight going on, a man and a woman. And, hey, Akeisha knows how to act. Even worse if it's Becky. It's going to happen. So take your opportunity, whoop her ass, take the knife, take the gun, walk outside and wait for the cops. I'm not advocating to beat women's ass, but there's a certain point of self-defense where you can't be there going, oh, but I can't. Mama said I can't hit no woman. No, you got to save your life at some point. And if you outside waiting for the cops to arrive, it ain't shit gonna happen to you, but you're just gonna get arrested. You're gonna do some time. If you got a good lawyer, you're gonna get probation or something. But don't lose your life because you chose the wrong woman.
Hey, Big Mag, and shout out to you, Big Mag. Turn the gas on and leave the house. That's some savage stuff, Big Mag. Hey, I dropped the link. Come on up to the panel. Deacon Dave says, "Don't mess with Keisha." Wow.
Dude, I mean, women's, especially Black women's arrest rates are through the roof. They are more, I have said ever since I came into this space, at least half of all domestic violence in Black couples is initiated by the woman. I'm sorry, dog. I told y'all, I know a dude who about 8 years ago, he shaved his head. He was losing his hair. He has a huge keloid on the right side of his head because his ex-black girlfriend hit him in the head with a glass ashtray.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. A glass fucking ashtray, dog.
Shout out to brother Deacon Dave. He's in the building. What do you got to add to the conversation, brother? Welcome to the panel.
Man, I'm like a sponge, like a dry sponge out here listening to y'all. Man, I got the best personalities on YouTube all on this panel, man. All you guys. I listen to you.
What's going on, Dave? Salute to you, brother. Thanks for joining.
Hey, salute to all y'all, man. You know, after you know my lifestyle of dealing with the Keisha, and I didn't really know how to decide who was who at first, and you know, just getting the education levels up to where you know how to recognize the symptoms and all that, man. There's no way in hell I could allow a family member to go back into that and deal with them. It's just I could never deal with them again, man. I just can't, especially after traveling. And it's almost to a point where, you know, I like to fish, and I like to go to my spots to where I know I can catch fish. And I don't want nobody in my spots. I don't even want people to come. I don't want people to enjoy what I found out, what else is out there. You know what I mean? It feels like that's for me. But I can't continue. I could never do it again. I could never mess with Akeisha. It's just not. I couldn't even fathom it no more because I listen to some of these.
Married or just a relationship?
At all. I mean, I could.
I was saying, were you married at any time, or was it just relationships?
It was 14 years of my life.
Oh wow! Man.
I mean, at one stint, at one stint, it was 14 years of my life I'll never get back, and I'm still paying for it to this day. You know, you know, you build something, and all they do is destroy it. They don't really support you. They're not being the inspiration that you need to be the best man that you can be. You just know that you're lifting a lot of weight, and then you got this dead weight. I could never go, never.
And that's why Deacon Dave, I said earlier in the show, for black men, that's why we don't have anything, because there are a number of women, ungrateful BWs, not all of them, but a number of them, who really don't want the black man to succeed, because if he succeeds, he's in control. What she wants is for him to build everything. Really don't want the black man to succeed, because if he's now she'll take a bum black man, a homosexual, because again, it's all about control. We all know that, and this is why a number of brothers believe the way they believe, and a number of them have had television. They're on YouTube. They get away with a lot. They're running for politics. And this is why I said we got to start running for politics. And then Brother Nate and Brother Trey, the word separate. You guys are absolutely right. I didn't hear that word separate. I met up with you two guys because nobody said that before. But when you think about it, it's true. Because you have a number of brothers out there, they are siding with these bad ABWs, and they're doing it because they're afraid they won't get sex from them. Because what it is, with a number of them, the vagina is driving the train there, and the brothers, they're sniffing something that they're not going to get. That's just a fact.
But what kind of, and I'll be honest, and this
go ahead, bro.
Probably doesn't play well in this space, but it does break my heart, because I know that there are some decent ones out there and what's so disheartening is that they end up getting swept up with all the rest. Yeah. Because I can't blame a black man for saying, because there's so few black women that'll speak out against the sisterhood. It's in a man's best interest just to assume, hey, they're all the same.
Hey, Nate, I even got my sweet chocolate. She even believed that comment you just made. That's right.
The lady you have is an example, man, Miss Jones.
Well, she couldn't. She's tried talking to other black women, and they just say, "Oh, you think you know too much." That's a problem.
You see how they treat Ayamla? You see how they treat anybody that tries to talk to them?
Oh yeah! Shout out to Big Mag in the house. Long time no hear.
What up, Big Mac?
Big Mag in the building.
Hey, people, peace. What's going on?
Hey, what's
Leon,
going on, brother? What?
Little Big Nate, what's going on, Black?
What up, sir? Good to see you.
Osama, Deacon Dave, and Trader
My man, Big Mag, man.
What's
What's going on?
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt and break in, but I gotta give
Go
you
ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
two stories this week so far with two of my boys, right?
Okay.
I'm on the phone with a friend I grew up with. He's in North Carolina. You know, master's degree, worked his way up, you know, married, 3 kids, you know, gets divorced, struggling, working 2 jobs to rent a room and pay his child support. He goes to North Carolina, gets a job with state corrections, making like 2/3 of what he's make, living a wonderful life. Now, we're talking about this same subject, how they got one foot out the door financially. He saw her, all types of money stashed to the side, checks. She was a city employee.
Uh-oh.
Those checks are good for like 6 months. She wasn't cashing payroll checks. She's sitting them to the side. All this stuff, man, making a war chest. And when he finally leaves, years later, she's the one in financial straits. He's living his best life with 2/3 of his income he's had. and he's the one, you know, he's taking care of his kid. Week 16, you know, he's able to cough up all this money. He called me because he know I was into photography years ago. I've been inactive with it. So he called me trying to get a photographer the last minute because, you know, the wife, it was a shit show. So anyway, we wind up chopping it up from 9 o'clock this morning to 2 this afternoon. He told me of 2 of his friends, the same thing. These black women, 1 foot financially out the door, same situations. I had one friend I spoke to earlier this week. I had to sit, he's in Winston-Salem. I had to send him some bucks because he was in the house, you know, he had bought a house, had a woman in the house. They weren't married, but, you know, supposedly splitting all the bills. In hindsight, he told me, I told him before, she was trying to encourage him to put her name on the document, on the purchase.
Of course.
He wasn't going to do that. So she came in, you know, she's putting a little bit toward the money and everything else. She ups and leaves on the 1st of the month, knowing he just purchased a house and he was tapped out. He said at one point he went into the file box, you know, that little file box you put documents in.
Mm-hmm.
She's got 3 stimulus checks, those money checks they get for the kids. She has a kid. She's got money and wads rolled up back there. These women, they got 1 foot out the door. They figure we're supposed to pay their fucking life. We're supposed to pay for everything, and they're supposed to sit on their money, do what they want to do, and then hit the road when somebody sneezed the wrong way. This shit is crazy, yo.
Yeah, that's as bad as what just happened. What Nate just told us. Some lady writing some checks.
Yeah, listen. When I went through my divorce, I think the thing that was very upsetting to her was that when the lawyer put all the money on the table and we had to split that pie, she was tight. She was putting money in her mother name, putting money in our child name, and you know, they don't know. Like me, myself, and other people I know of, I've been buying bullion for years, and I've been in the cryptocurrency for a bit. They don't know. They don't know to not leave a paper trail with all that fucking theft they have. Like the lady who was writing checks from the back of the book.
Yes,
I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. This is the bottom line. I'm calling the cops. We got to send women to jail nowadays for this physical violence, this theft, all this other stuff. We have to send them to jail. We got to call the cops, man.
No, Big Mac. What is that going to solve? Come on.
They'll be in jail, and then the numbers, the statistics will show what they're doing, and it won't be it'll be concrete evidence that they are violent, emotionally deranged beings when they're not in a healthy state. So the more of them that sit in jail, sit next to Big Brenda. Like you let Big Brenda be Big Brenda girlfriend for a season or 2. See how you like that. But we got to call the cops, man.
They don't do anything if you live with them. Like the cops, if you live with a woman and she's got visas coming to the house, like a Visa card or something like that, she opened up accounts in your name, all this and that in your name behind your back, and you call the police on her, you could contact Visa and say it's a fraudulent card. I never opened that. And then they find out that it was somebody who lives at that address. They won't do nothing.
No,
They
no,
won't.
absolutely. No. They look at that signature. They look, this is what my friend I spoke with today. She was signing documents and opening this. I'm telling you, this is the conversation I said I had today with my man. She was signing documents and opening credit cards, and when they checked the signature and everything else, she had to take care of that. It's it was he couldn't push he didn't push the issue because a lot of times we get frustrated so much that we just want to leave, and they know that. They know that at the end of the day, they can frustrate us so much that we're not going to stomp a mud hole in their ass, that we'll just get up and leave and take our losses and lick our wounds like a man. And they depend on that. They depend on us walking away broken, broke, humiliated, emasculated, and going to pick ourselves up somewhere else. And there's no thing to them.
A big
I
man.
was on Brother Xavier's. He invited like a bunch of single dads up there. Bernard Riley was up there. And Bernard Riley was telling the story about when he first got divorced and dealing with his ex-wife. And almost to a man, we all talked about how we tried to be fair in dealing with the woman. The woman is on a complete fucking warpath.
Yep.
And we as men are trying to be fair, taking her feelings into consideration, trying to do what's right. Dude, when it's divorce time or when it's separate time and there are children, dude, it is all out blood sport. You cannot worry about her.
You can't.
You cannot do that, dog.
You can't. See, and sorry to interrupt, Nate. Another thing people don't realize is that when it comes to order support, if you make a better amount than the wife, that's one factor. And the second is the time. A lot of people don't sit in there and fight for that full custody or joint custody. That's when you get run through the financial ringers of the child support system. You have to be in there. If you don't want to be involved with the kids, you scumbag, you fucking scumbag, then okay, go ahead on about your business. But if you want your children, you want to be in your children, you have to fight for full custody because one, you have a fight, you have the resources. You have the resources, right? Or you go for joint custody. That protects you from that order of support. Because if the mom is spending all the time with the kid, they're going to look to you to provide financial compensation for that. So we didn't know that we can go in there and fight for our kids. We didn't know that we can have paper trails and do all of these things, that we can have witnesses to our effect. We didn't know all this stuff.
And let me tell you, going for full custody as a man, excuse me, you set a precedent. You are telling the court how serious you are, how serious you're taking this situation. Most guys show up to court, whether it's for child support or a divorce court, they just show up and accept whatever's given to them. They don't fight for anything.
Yeah,
they just accept whatever's given to them, and they come on the back end trying to get their 50%. No, you go into it wanting full custody. Oh, wow, this guy is serious. This guy's not playing. This guy really wants his children. And then you can end up with 50%. Awesome.
And shout out to my boy Big Mac for your $10 cash app. And brother Theo said, this is why I'll never date in the U.S. or marry in the U.S. again. And these laws, you're right, brother Nate. Men don't fight. I'll be honest with you. I'm one of the ones I tried to fight, but I didn't know how to fight. I didn't know anything about the system.
Man, I had a coworker. This is recent. Went through his divorce, and he agreed to pay his ex-wife $1,500 a month to the daughter who was 15 at the time.
Jesus.
I just hung my head low. Want to know why? We both work the same job, and his wife is a nurse. So I know what your income is. I know what your wife's income is, so to speak. So there's parity in that income. I think he just went up in there just frustrated, like, here, whatever. That was it. Like, I just like, well, yo, whatever, here, take it, I'm done. And now it's like, what can I do to earn some extra money and blah blah blah. I'm like,
Two
well, bro,
jobs.
yeah, man, yeah, it's crazy. It's but and that's another thing they don't like the elevation of this space because too many men with these common situations are coming together and say, God damn it, I knew it wasn't me alone. I knew it was her evil ass, or whatever have you. They too many people are getting information to help and uplift black men. They don't like it. They don't like it. They had one generation or a couple of generations to wage their war, and they do not want to put the weapons down, man. They don't want to put it down. That's why there's so much hate, vitriol. That's why you got so many like men who grew up in this gynocracy still hanging on to it. It's I feel hopeful for the kids, man.
Hey, Big Mac.
Go ahead,
Hey,
bro.
you think that the men don't fight because they don't have any more fight left in them?
I think that a lot of times they're worn down so much because we men cannot play the emotional long game like a woman, let alone a off balance woman. We can't play the emotional long game like they do. When we approaching things with logic, they have all these emotional. What was the guy? The Ricochet Rabbit. They have all these things that they're ping ponging off of, and like we get worn down to where, yeah, I think we don't have fights. I think that we've emotionally got worn down, and we just like, I just got to get away at all costs to save myself right now in this situation before somebody gets hurt or before I hurt myself.
Yeah, it's a lot that you got to do to fight. Like I said, I salute Big Bag, you and Nate. I mean, had I known a little bit more, I would have fought a little harder. But I'll be the first one to tell you, and I'm gonna be transparent like Donald Trump, 45. Listen, I gave up. I just said, hey, pay the money. I know it's gonna be over in a certain amount of time. I did that, and I can tell you there were a couple of times where when I didn't have a job, they froze my bank account twice. Okay, I couldn't pay my rent. Yeah, it was hell. And let me tell you something else. I was making $7.50 an hour. And do you know how much money I was getting every week? They were giving me $25 checks.
God,
Filed bankruptcy. They didn't. I was in the state of Virginia then. They didn't care.
Oh,
Okay.
Virginia is ruthless.
Yeah, they are. And not only that, I had to pay for health insurance too at that time. So that was coming out. So, and
but check it out. When I listen to brothers talking about child support and stuff, I have a unique perspective on it because I'm owed child support. My ex-wife never once paid me. She's over $60K in arrears. I swear to God, she's never once paid child support.
But Nate, though, most men, we don't really
exactly, dude. I could have, and I threatened her a couple of times. Hey, if you don't start paying, I'm taking you to court. Blah blah blah. I didn't want any parts of the fucking courts. I don't want these motherfuckers in my business. Just leave me alone. And I figured it's all on me.
You know something, Nate, that's very interesting that you say that because the same like my son's order support is $2,600, and I'm like, nah, just I just want to get away and blah blah. Let's split up what we have and that's it. What
the ex-wife is ordered to pay you $2,600 a month?
My child is entitled to $4,484 a month in support.
Oh,
that's the level of my child
a year.
That's the level of my child's life. His with our combined income, it's almost $5,000 a month to order support. So she makes twice what I make. So it's 66% her, 33% me.
So she's not paying you?
No, I didn't, bro. I didn't ask for it because I didn't want to. I just wanted to get away.
I hear you, bro.
Let's get it going. She was dragging it out. Like, let's just get away. And I told her to this effect, like, listen, we had a court date. If we go to court, I'm taking everything. I'm taking everything. I said, I swear to life, everything I know, I will have you in your mother's basement if we get to court. You sign this right now because I am ready to go. Sign the settlement. I am ready to go. That's it. Nothing else. I don't care. I don't want to deal with it. I had set everything up so that when I left the house, it was I can make the transition and then make the adjustment to do what I needed to do. So I'm like, but you know that's and you know when I see you guys in person, I tell you why I strategize that way. Because you know I don't want to deal with back end emotions and changing mind. So I must have some leverage.
And just like this brother says, and I did it, I played to go along and get along. And you know what? Sometimes that doesn't work either, because guess what? Even when that child grows up, the person's still bitter, blaming you. And that's the problem.
Well, you gotta, you know, and a lot of men I've spoken to, like my friend today also, when they grow up, these children know. These children know. They know who the culprit is. They know who is to blame as they grow up. Like I was speaking with my boy today, 2 boys, 1 girl. The 2 boys, 2 boy, and then the third is a girl. At some point when they had divorced, she's in the house. You know the old thing where they say, oh, you're the excuse me, allergies are killing me. You're the man in the house now thing. But anyway, the boy had gotten older and the mom kicked him out of the house. And he had never seen his son so devastated. And we spoke about how, you know, can tell when something is touching your soul. His son was broken down. And, you know, he had to tell him at that point, he said, you know, that's the only time he could explain to him. And his son being 21 years old, now they can have an honest conversation about who mom is. But he never badmouthed the mom, never told her. He said, but now you see. He said, and this is the thing, that he doesn't know anything about red pill. He doesn't know any of this. That's why our conversation went on so long, telling him about the things that I've learned. And it's like he had to really have, you know, they had the conversation about who mom was, about what women are today, and the importance of being with a good woman. So, you know, it's nice. It was enlightening, but you know, I understand what it is. I remember my parents kicking me out of the house. I get out the house at 18 and say, I don't know what you're gonna do, but you got to get the hell out of here.
I left at 16. I remember exactly why too.
I said, hello, Army.
I ain't do no army. But I remember my father got angry at me because I didn't rake leaves. We had this big ass backyard. I raked leaves, but my brother didn't. He literally told me to go. But you know, as an adult now, I kind of see the lesson that was learned. I'm not the type of dude to hold that grudge, because I actually was, I don't know, I was prepared for life. But when I left, man, you know, I didn't hold it against him. I felt like whatever I went through when I left, man, I learned it, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was like Theo, fleeing out of the house. What? Yeah.
But it's a problem putting children out of the house before they're ready. Your job as a parent is to prepare them.
To prepare them, yes.
Yeah,
you have to prepare them. Just putting them out, it's not cool, you know?
I was just about to say, 40 years ago, 35 years ago, yeah, you could send a man outside the house, put him out the house, and they can sink or swim. More than likely, they swim. But nowadays, the world is built different. So yeah, we have to prepare our children. You know, we have to prepare. That's a part of parenting. Yes, we have to prepare them for this world, man. Absolutely. Especially these black boys, because they give the girls a head start. They can stay at home and get a PhD. They can stay at home and have a baby. They can stay at home and pay off a car and all type of stuff. But we'll make our boys go. So we have to prepare our boys for the world.
Now, you just brought up a good point, Big Mag. You get a number of them talking about being strong and independent. On their mama, from their mama's house. Yeah, a number of them are living at home. They're living off of some subsidy. They're living in their mama's house. I mean, I remember. I remember my mom, and I don't know what I did. I guess I got smart or something. My mom threw me out and called the cops on me. I tell you that.
Listen, you know, like I always say, women have a safety net with 5 different bellows here in America, man. They have the church, they got corporate America, they got the education system, they got subsidies with the government, and if they still have their looks, they can sell that booty. So they got 5 different safety nets.
They're like Dre.
No, real talk. What am I saying?
Hey, no, you was.
Have you ever seen?
You're
They
not. You're
have
100%. You're 100% right. It was just funny the way you said
yeah,
it.
listen, they got 5 different safety nets, so it's hard for them to fail. They, all these ones with these educations, either they're going to school on the full ride, and daddy and mommy's gonna make sure they ain't got to be out there on the stripper pole while they're in school. They get these degrees, they go from being fed by their mother to getting the degree and making money, and then all of a sudden I'm independent, you're not on my level. But the parody, look at the man who was thrust out there. If he wanted to date you when you was 18 years old, he had to work in Burger King, going to the community college. When your mother and your father financed you on a full ride.
But see,
ahead,
here's the thing with that, and this is where I agree with Jordan Peterson on. As a man, you've got to create your own lane. She is not in your lane. That's her choice. That's her choice. As a man, you've got to make the avatar of the woman who will be complimentary to you in your life. And unfortunately, those women, if you're the type of brother that came up from the mud, and if you're aiming at one of these high society nose in the air chicks, you out your lane, bruh.
Yeah.
You gotta create that woman, that avatar of the woman. It's you, and then you gotta mold yourself so she will come into your life. And if she ain't coming into your life, you gotta go back to the drawing board. Something ain't working.
Yeah. And I believe in that. I believe in that wholeheartedly. And the thing is that we as men, we as black men in particular, are learning this in our damn 40s.
Yeah, but you know what? As much as I talk about Gen X, most of us, or all of us up here, are Gen Xers. And I will say this about our generation: some of us have gotten the message. There are a number of us who haven't. The baby boomers, they're just for the most part long gone. But some of us, particularly, we're all in our mid 40s, late 40s, and 50s. We have a chance. We can still do what we need to do. And
See, that's where you're wrong. You're wrong.
Go ahead, bro.
You're wrong. You niggas is Gen Xers. I'm a millennial.
Oh. Sorry about that, brother.
Nah, go ahead. I'm just playing.
No. Yeah, but the reason why I mentioned that, Deacon Dave, because there are a number of Gen Xers who haven't helped the millennials out, but there are some who have, because, like I said, I don't want the millennials to make the same mistakes that we made. And the Gen Xers, we were called latchkey kids because both of our parents went to work, and guess what we had to do? We had to do everything. We had to be independent, particularly the men. Now, I have sisters. Oh, they got their college paid for. Yes, they did. I mean, it is true with the girls. They got a bunch of safety nets. And I'm glad you brought that up, Big Mac, because I wasn't even thinking like that. But it is true. I mean, another one, they got the media on their side, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Remember that? What was it? The GoFundMe? The chick who had borrowed her somebody else's kids in their family.
Yeah.
He got like 100,000.
Yeah,
you can go beg for it.
250,000, right?
I think Nate had that on his panel too. Nate had that on. I think he had it on his panel.
Man, insane. And yeah,
that's a lot of simp dudes out here, man. They hate to see it. They want to be the white knight, man. They want to come through with the pocketbook. They want to come through with the emotional support and the attention, all the different ways you could pay a woman. Man. And they just give it to them, man. I don't know. I don't participate.
I mean, I want to. You got to come around my way, man. We can talk that K-Lo-K, man, about these ladies, about these Dominicanas, bro.
Man, they don't know the treatment. I mean, I wouldn't even, like I said, that's part of the reason why I would never date a Keisha again. Really don't even want one near my house. Like, I moved away.
I give them no long-term prospects, and I don't know how long my sex life is gonna live. I'm getting back in shape and everything, cause the little friend I have now, I ain't the man I used to be. So I've been riding on fumes for a long time. I got to get back out here, but I ain't giving nobody. It's so few prospects for anybody in my age group. If you're a Gen Xer, bro, you listen. First order business over coffee. Crack open them finances, boo boo. Let's see what you're looking like. Let's check your credit. I want to see your assets. I want to talk to your ex. I want to talk to your grown ass kids. Ain't nobody sliding in on me. It ain't happening to me again. I'm sorry.
That's if she'll go out on a
bro,
coffee date.
go
A lot of
young,
these
bro, go
chicks have been
young, man.
told not to do the coffee date thing too.
But I gotta get down to my low twos, man. Because I'm telling you, listen, it's real, and that's another thing people don't want to talk about. We need to address that too, man. Like them baddies, they want you to put it down, man. You gotta put in
man,
work, man. I can't get them too young. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, you can't, man. If you got a choice, man, you can wish for, wish on a star and get. I ain't got front, man. I got an older woman who's I got lucky, but we've been together for a minute and we went through hell. But if I had to do it all over again, bro, I'm getting a 23-year-old trophy piece who don't speak no English.
I'm getting my money
Exactly.
up. Listen, I'm getting my money up as we speak, man.
Hey, shout out to my brother Theo. I live in nearly an all-white HOA for a reason. No Keisha allowed.
I hear you.
Theo supremacist.
Theo always brings down the house, boy. But I understand his point, though.
Yeah, what I was saying though, fellas, about me and Mrs. MBD, man, we went through hell, and luckily is that I came in to wrap my red pill journey, and all she had to do was just go back into her natural ways that she was, her grandmother taught her, those natural Dominican ways, and it was like, all right, I went through my struggle to get to go back into what my dad taught me, so we did it together, but it was we understood, like, all right, man, we oh my God, what have we been living all these years? And we got the understanding, hey, if neither one of us wants this at any point, hey, we ain't gonna fight each other, we ain't gonna kill each other. We will go our separate ways. We are in this together. And that's, one of the things that I love about her. She understands that completely and gives no pushback on that part.
Hey, Trey, is your wife straight from the Dominican, or she grew up in America?
She was born there, moved here when she was 7, and she went through a horrible marriage with a Puerto Rican cat.
Oh,
yeah.
my lady off the boat.
Okay. Yeah, that's I had a friend who married a Brazilian woman. They a great marriage. He died. He has since died, but she was from a great family and everything. And it was funny. Her family vetted him. They were like, we want to make sure you ain't coming down here just to snatch no trophy. What are your plans? What's your job? What are your aspirations? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I will tell you this though, man. We waited until her daughter was 18 and gone. It couldn't have worked any time before that.
Yeah.
When her daughter was 18, and we finally made that move together, because I can't do grown kids. I mean, can't do no teenagers or no kids that live at home or anything like that.
You get jumped. You get beat up bad. You get jumped by them grown 2 women in the house. What? They ain't your daughter, man. You get beat up.
I suggest if you do it, don't even talk to the damn kid.
Oh man, you brothers got a lot of stories. It's like when I hear things like this, part of me just says it's almost a relief at times just to be single and childless at 44, because I'm a very I'm just kind of introverted guy. I don't like a lot of drama, and I mean even before I was associated and involved with the red pill, I mean I heard a lot of these stories from a lot of my friends, and just the baby mama drama and issues, and a lot of guys were the same thing. They were good brothers, but just having issues with child support, with the child with custody and things of that nature. And
hey, I gotta ask Big Mag this one, because we were doing my my rules and we talked about the dogs. And remember you said something last week or something about that. Big Mag, what do you think about a woman who allows her dog to sleep in the bed with her and you're dating her?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, bro. No.
Hey, I plead the fifth on that one. Like, Mrs. MBD was listening last week to the stream, and she gave me a dirty look because I'm that guy. My dog, every time she ain't around, she know the dog been in the bed. So I gotta take the L.
Nah. You can't start it from the beginning, man. Because they love they love the bed. They love being under you. And some breeds of dogs are those contact breeds. So if you start letting them get numb to you when you sleep, you can't break them out of it. And I just don't like it because I'm one of those. You know, I had it was a Jack Russell Terrier.
Another terrier.
A short head, it was a short head Jack Russell, and you know he shed a lot.
Oh,
and you know, and he was white. So I kept him clean. You know, I was one of them. I hated to see people with a dirty dog unless you was a poor person. You know what I mean? You got an ungroomed dog. I don't like that. Like, you shouldn't be in my neighborhood. I'm sorry. Go back wherever you came from with that. But yeah, I don't play that. I don't like. I'm allergic to cats, so that's a no-go under no circumstances. If you come to work and your stuff is not clean from your cat, I get a reaction. So I can't do cats at all. So if you're a cat person,
cats.
No, I can't.
Cats are the worst, man. They'll shed everywhere. They'll tear your carpet up. Yep. There's no reason. I mean, I can't do cats at all. They stink.
They conniving. My father's mother had 11 cats, and they used to take our ass over there. And I got to sit in there, 11 cats everywhere.
11 was it like an apartment at NY?
What happened?
Was this like in an apartment too?
No, she had a house.
Okay.
You know, then she was by her damn self. Them cats, it was her and her cats.
She had 11 cats.
11 cats, man. And they had attitudes. They was mean. And I think one of the cats used to always talk to me. But like, he didn't say words, but he would look at me and I know what the fuck that cat was saying. Me and that cat used to fight all the fucking time. I used to try to beat the hot shit out that cat. He looked like, as a kid, I thought the cat, it seemed like he was talking to me because I understand what the fuck he was saying.
Ugh, I hate cats so bad, man. Oh my god,
bro, man, my cat, man, I rescued. You know, our cat. He was behind up when we lived in Houston. You know, we were staying in these like hood apartments, waiting for our house to be built. And there was these little kittens, like 5 weeks old, man, but behind the car, behind my unit. And no, we can't leave them out here. Man, I chased those little fuckers around, and we got them. And one of the cats liked me. The other one, he couldn't stand me from jump. So I went to work on the road. I came back and she had one cat left. Well, the shelter only took one of the cats. And I said, well, hope you kept the nice one. Nah, she brought the little motherfucker that couldn't stand me.
Yeah,
man, that motherfucker, man, every time I try to get rid of him, I be talking like, you gone. I'm taking you to the pound. Man, he'll do all kinds of cute stuff. He'll come up to me, rub me, and like just lay there and just look cute. I'm like, does this motherfucker know English? How does he know I'm trying to get rid of him?
That's what I'm saying. I think I don't know. I think they do, man. I think that, well, I don't know. Maybe they knew what the hell was on my mind, but yeah, I think cats talk.
Yeah, but with 11 cats, Big Mac, didn't they get all over because you know cats.
Wow,
cats was
11 cats. That's amazing, man.
That should have had your allergies flare up on you, man. Your eyes would be swollen shut.
Listen,
fucking around with cats.
I was done. But you know, listen, you talking to a little kid, man. Back then, I was allergic to citrus, dogs, and cats, and seafood, shellfish. So I can, the dogs don't bother me, but I'm still allergic to the cats and like certain shellfish. But yeah, they would leave me in there, coughing, sneezing, all types. They don't know. They ain't give a damn. Back then, they give you what? They give you Robitussin and rub Vicks on your chest. They ain't give a damn. You had to be bleeding profusely to go to the hospital. Fucking man, my kid. Parents ain't give a damn about no kids. So you're breathing, you're walking. They look at your eyes. If your eyes ain't bloodshot, they figure you'll make it through it.
Yeah, we had to be tougher back then too. I mean,
Listen, I hate that. Let me break in, but I'm gonna go talk about insurance on the Prophet of Thought. So he wanted me to come in. We're gonna talk about insurance. So I just got the email. I'm gonna go over there and give him some of the information I know about insurance. But
all right, my brother. Hey, thank you for coming on this panel.
Listen, peace, everybody. I've been studying, so yeah, I've been doing a lot of studying and a lot of catching up on rest. But y'all see me in the background.
Oh, Big Mac, it's a pleasure, brother. Big Mac.
All right,
brother.
Always. Peace, everybody. Peace.
Peace.
All right, peace, bro.
Yeah, like I said, 11 cats. Can you believe that? 11 cats?
Gross.
Hey, Leon, I had a question, man, that I want to address to the brothers, and
we got them all up here.
Huh? Okay, it's slightly controversial. You know me. I'm not really a controversial type of guy, but it was something that was on my mind, and it's something I alluded to earlier. So, I was, I'm checking out. I'm on my man Reg's. You know,
Oh, you're on Red. Yeah, I saw you on Reg's show. You're always in his chat.
yeah. Anytime he's on, I'm always working, and some of the brothers on there are cool, but just I don't know, man.
Oh, spill it out. Spit it
No,
out.
no. I'm cool with the brothers. Just some of them, they like to argue too much. A few of them are cool. Like, actually, I'm cool. So
Reg's a
everybody's
good
good, but
brother, but he has a lot of fuckery on his channel. I mean, I
yeah,
go
he
back
does.
to the edge.
Exactly. Now just let me illustrate my point first because I already know, and Nate. I know Nate's gonna have a very strong opinion, but
That's why he's here, and Trey is here.
but the question I'm asking is a lot more than just the character I'm going to talk about. So you got to let me illustrate everything, and I want brothers to think about it and give your answer. Okay. So this wasn't even his panel. So Reg brought up the fact that now just let me finish before we get in. The brother Jerome Whiteside, he alluded to the fact that he wants Obsidian to die, and I never really liked, aside from what happened with Jerome and Nate and pretty much almost everybody in this panel, I never really liked the guy. There was one time, I don't get into it with anybody. This dude, anytime you have anything to say, he wants to call you, GAY. It's just extremely irrational, immature. But I never checked out any of his, I've never been on his channel. I never checked any of his chat rooms at. But then I just randomly, after that, I was just like, let me check out some of what this brother's talking about. And I checked out about, I don't know, 8 of his past live streams, and I'm looking in the chat, and I see a lot of familiar faces. And some of these guys are in Nate's chat, a lot of them are in Obsidian's chat, a lot of them are in Bernard's chat. And I'm like, so on one day you're gonna be cool with us, and then on the next day, you're gonna be on this guy, you're gonna be big up in this brother who's just a complete clown and a complete idiot. I mean, the guy's just too much. So what had me really thinking, brothers, was there's just a lot of brothers in this space who just thrive off of drama, and they just look at this as another form of entertainment, and they have a lot of feminine energy when it comes to the fact that all they want to do, they're here most of the time just to gossip and talk, and like I said, some of it is kind of funny, but what had me thinking was I really feel at some point or another there's going to be somewhat of a split in this sphere, because we have some rational brothers, rational, mature brothers, like everybody comes to your panel, Leon, everybody comes to Nate's panel, a lot of that, but there's just a huge differential of the way some of these other brothers in the overall black manosphere think. It's a very different thought process. And I think at one point, sooner or later, there's going to be somewhat of a changing of the guard, where some of us more rational thinkers, the ones who really want to have intelligent and conversations, versus the ones who they're just here just purely for the effery. I really think there's going to be a divide here in the near future. And I want to know what you got, because I've really been thinking about this. And before I go, like, have you noticed, Brother Nate, Brother Leon, we get so many brothers who've never even been on a panel. The first time they come on a panel is either on your panel or Nate's panel. I don't even go on any of their panels because I don't want to have an irrational discussion. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm 44 years old. I work 60, 70 hours a week. The last thing I want to do after a long day out there cutting down trees and cutting grass is come on and argue with a bunch of other black men. That's the last thing I want to do at 44 years old. So I want to know, what are your brother's thoughts? Because just the whole thing had me thinking about that on a macro, not on a micro, not just because of what this brother Jerome Whiteside said. I mean, like I said, the dude's a complete clown. But just the fact of the matter is, so many guys who are in his chat rooms and sending cash apps and things of this nature they're going to go from one extreme to come to the next extreme. I don't think you can really. I just don't think somebody who has that kind of intelligence about them can be on both panels. You can't go from one extreme to the next. And I just think there's going to be some kind of differential in the very near future. And with that being said, on that statement, I want some of your brother's opinions.
Nate,
I'll jump on this first.
Yeah, that's a
because
trade with Nate.
Yeah, I had I don't give a damn either way about Jerome, Whiteside. He was a troll, snuck into my channel, got a wrench, played cool and everything. And then, I caught him somewhere, talking shit. And I'm like, really, bro? Okay, no big deal. All right, bro, you gotta go. Give me that wrench. And I had Blexit block him. And because, what I'm saying, we don't play that shit over there. It's like you can talk as much shit you want on my channel as you want. But you come over there and play cool, and then try to go other places. I'm like, all right, cool. Dude, you out, you done. But here's my beef with his channel. Had no issue with his channel until somebody sent me a link one morning, hey, you might want to watch this. One of your boys is over there. And I'm like, oh, really? And so I go over there, and that was the day that cat passive $40 was over there telling the story of how, he made the girl spontaneously freaking abort, freaking basically stressed the woman out until, she had an abortion. And, they all kikiing, laughing it up over there about this. And I'm like, this is fucking disgusting. And, the only one I can really give props to was on the panel was Jessica X. She was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're a sick individual. And, they all chopping it up, kikiing it up. But these the same dudes that want to come over here and argue with, rational, logical thinking black men like us. When y'all are up there, y'all want to complain about, these dudes want to complain about Cynthia G and all this shit. But these motherfuckers had no issue with a dude who straight up killed a little black baby. And that's why I'm like, nah, fuck this. I don't want shit to do with this guy ever if I see him.
I never even heard of that guy until I saw him on Regis Battle, because that's the day I saw you. And it was a couple days ago. He mentioned that comment about what's his name, Obsidian. I'm like, man, these guys are crazy.
Yeah, and in Melody's chat several months ago, he said he was going to murder me, literally.
Who's Melody, by the way?
Sweet Melody Speaks, that young lady.
I still don't know. Nate, you mentioned her a few times. I never even.
She hangs out with Game Changer quite a bit.
Yeah. I'll put you onto her Instagram 411. You can enjoy the sights, the views.
Little Dominicana. She's a Dominican. Yeah. That's my homie.
I've never heard of her. Really, I've heard it mentioned. Shout out to my boy Matt Hare. Hey, glad you made it to this channel. Relax. We don't have any fuckery here. This is grown folks radio right here. Enjoy yourself.
But yeah, he was over there, and he got angry at me. He was attacking Miss Fredema, calling her racist, saying all these horrible things about her. I didn't chime in. It was just none of my business. But then he started talking shit to me, and because I one-upped him in the joke department, he said, I'm going to murder you. He said, I'm going to take you away from your children. He said, if I ever see you, it's gunplay on sight. I said, okay, well, when is this supposed to happen? The kind of man that will threaten to murder another man, and you don't make any attempt to follow through on it. I told him, I'll be in Atlanta. You can come down to Atlanta. You can't come to the event, but you can come, and I'll meet you off 285 somewhere. Wherever you want to handle it. Let's go ahead and handle it. Because I'm not fist fighting. I'm doing nothing. I'm going to pull on you, and I'm putting 1 in your head and 3 in your chest. Georgia's a stand your ground state. Okay? So we got niggas in this space who, and it's not a lot of them. It's not a lot of men. When you look at his channel, his entire channel is devoted to harming the black manosphere. All of his content, he's like 70-something videos. I've never watched any of them.
I never even heard of it.
Every title is an attack on a member of the black manosphere.
But
single one.
The thing about it though, Nate, was what okay, now I already knew Jerome. I mean, from 2 years ago on Bernard's panel and in Bernard's chat room, I already knew Jerome was a Klan. Whatever. And what it is, a lot of times, two brothers don't have the intellectual fortitude, or they don't have the verbal linguistic skills to verbalize, to say what they want to say. That's just how they talk, because they want to be heard, where they don't have the intellectual chops to have a rational discussion like we do. But what kind of got me was I saw a lot. Like I said, I checked out about 10 of his chat rooms. Just kind of looking at who's in the chat, and so many names who are in our chats were in his chats.
Well,
kind of
you're free to let me know.
So
if you're over there kikiing with him, I don't want you.
Yeah. So the thing about that bothered me, I'm like, in what other space would anybody like a Jerome Whiteside not be ostracized and excommunicated immediately? So what does that say to us as the black man? Like, how can this guy even have a channel? How can
that's my beef is that. That's my beef. You can troll all you want. That's trolling. Like, I troll what SKC does. But when you're literally talking about, killing another man, when you're talking about killing children, when you're just wishing death upon people, come on, that takes it to a whole new level.
I kind of got a different perspective on the whole thing altogether. I mean, there's different groups, different clusters of people. I think that some of the people approach the space to actually inform people. I think some people actually approach the space to come up with a solution. And some people approach the space just to get the money. I think that what he's doing is being the voice for the people that feel somewhat excluded from the space. And they create the list of people that he goes after. And when he does go after certain people, it's to show them that, yeah, I had your back on this, regardless of how he feels. And what that has turned into is a channel that's growing. And I wouldn't even put light to him, because it's almost like he's just pandering to get the bag. And I just so happened to be I was listening to Mace Taggart, his sports talk.
Right.
And he's thinking about branching off into different areas. And he said he was going to make another channel called the Nigga Spear. Well, I was in there one day, and as soon as I walked in, or not walked in, but as soon as I got in there, he was on the panel talking to Mace. And then Jessica X came up to the panel. And then when she started talking, he took off. And then I guess some other people, I hate to drop names because that's not how I am. I be in the cloud a lot. And you just come across some of these moments where it's like, this could be YouTube gold, but nobody knows about it because these are smaller channels. Like,
right. Yeah.
So I witnessed this, but my overall opinion, because I have watched a few of his shows, just like seeing how I was here and this popped off and I didn't come over here for that. It intrigued me because I'm always working. I'm just listening. I went over to his show and I seen how whatever happened on that show went to his show. And then it's just like, it's like hopping from the frying pan and, into the fire with them, because he's backed up by all this vitriol of the people who don't, the message of the manosphere doesn't sit comfortable with. So really what you got here is a person that could pander his way all the way up. He can go to B1, he can go to Sinji, he can go to anybody else that just really genuinely hates black men. And he could be that dude to say that, there are some guys out here that will support us no matter what we want to do. It just keeps giving them light. He's just gassing the other side. That's all that is.
Okay.
Well, I hope he one day, has the gumption or the manhood to actually test me. I wish he would come to South Carolina. And
it's not a personal thing.
I would love.
Yeah, he's not gonna do that. I was checking out his pictures on Facebook, and it was he's a little. I can tell he's a little guy, man. He looks like I can tell he's a little guy. He's probably like nah. He's a little guy, man. He ain't built like that, man.
It's not personal.
Why would you threaten to murder somebody?
It's not personal. It's what you can get away with, and how you can satisfy your crowd. It's about chasing the bag because he's that dude that's gonna do it. He's an attack dog. That's it. And it's all bark. It's no bite.
But you get to a point, brother Deacon Dave, where there's got to be some kind of limitations.
Niggas have to be punished.
They do.
Niggas have to be punished.
He's just going too far. And like I said, I already knew what time it was with the brother Jerome from day one. But the thing that shocked, because like I said, I've never been on one. I've never listened to one of his chats. I've never heard anything. I'm just, I've heard him. The only time I even heard his voice was when he was talking about, I guess it was a quote unquote exposing when Kevin Samuels had the, the situation where the guy was in the bed and, that wasn't Kevin Samuels' house, by the way. It was whatever. But other than that, I've never even heard the brother's voice. But then after this whole thing with Obsidian, I'm like, let me see what this brother's talking about. And what got me was just the people who were in his chat. It's like, how are you going to go from Little Big Nate's chat? There was brothers Leon who were in your chat, who were in his chat. And I'm like, really? Really? How can you go from one extreme to the next?
So I can't do that.
They're effeminates. That's all they are.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I mean, if I'm with you or Sama or Nate, I come for a particular audience. I'm not going to, and shout out to Brother Reg. I like Brother Reg. I've known him for a while. I have known Brother Reg for a while. I mean, I remember when he and I and a couple other Guy King, we all came out. But it's just Brother Reg has guys on there that he has Kevin on there. He has Arthur. Arthur AC can get a little emotional. He does.
Yeah, and me and AC, I'm cool with the brother AC. He's a landscaper just like me.
He's cool. I like AC. The problem I have with him, he is still stuck in the hood. That's the problem.
He is, and he has a
smart guy. Politics, he needs to brush up on his politics. He's a leftist. I hear him talk, and he thinks that a lot of
he's a hardcore leftist, no doubt about it.
He thinks a lot of us hate black women, and we don't. I mean, but I don't have any problem. And then there's Aries 504, the guy that's the most stable guy that Reg has, and you know him, Summer, is Brian Triple X.
Yeah, Brian Triple X. Actually, Brian Triple X is really cool. The brother Dwayne, the Trinidadian brothers, Dwayne is super cool. He doesn't get on panels that much, but he's super cool. Even Big Game. Big Game is Big Game is funny.
Smart guy too.
Big Game is kind of, I like, he's a younger guy. Big Game is he's pretty funny. But
he's got to grow up a little bit. He sounds annoying sometimes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I ain't told
Big Game though. Big Game never gets. He's always in a pretty good mood. Like
he is. He's jolly, but
and to be 27, he's very laid back. Like, yeah, he's a little immature, but he doesn't get too emotionally wild one way or another.
Reg has some smart guys on his channel, but man, it's just like have you guys ever heard? He was on my panel one time. His name is Ant T. Have you guys ever heard of him?
Yeah, I saw him on your platform.
Oh, yeah, he's a smart guy, but he has individuals on there that he's into that fuckery over there. So some of the individuals he's had the guy that Trey was debating the war room over there. He calls himself the general. He's had some other guys over because I've seen some people from our audience go over there too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, brothers. I mean, there's just only a few panels I've been on. I've been on the brother Xanatos Clutch's panel a few times. He actually has a really good show. There's no effery over there. Everybody talks in turn. I like that brother's channel a lot. Another brother that got a good channel where it's just real laid back is the brother King Sigma. Younger brother, he has a really good show where
I heard King Sigma. Xanatos Clutch. He's commented on a few of my way back a few of mine. John the Analyst. He's another one. So there are brothers out here that are
John is kind of a live wire too, man. I like John, but he's kind of a live wire too, man.
But to your point, Osama, I see what you're coming from because it goes by what Nate says and what Trey says. That's separation, and I've thought of that myself. If we're going to really have the manosphere, you're going to have one half that's leftist and entertaining, and the other half that's pretty serious. And I hate to use the word conservative because over there, the lefties think when we talk in rationality, we're talking white. Just call it. They think
Yeah.
conservatism is about being white, or we're no. I've never heard any one of us say we associate it with trying to be white. No, we are looking at the truth, and we know what makes a country go. I mean, education, we all have education, and not all of us have degrees here, but it's the common sense education. And that's what those other individuals don't know. And you know, this fuckery sells. And see, I'm not looking to do that. I'm not looking to, uh, I don't want my channel to have a bad reputation. I'm sure you guys don't either. I mean,
Well, see that's why the Manosphere meetup, I took slack because it wasn't for all black men. No, it's not.
it's
For
not, bro.
like-minded men. The only way we're going to be able to function, to be able to accomplish anything, is if the men that are there are of not one complete accord, but there has to be similarities in how we think.
Oh, definitely.
There absolutely has to be. We can't have people that are adversarial to the things most of us believe. It just doesn't make sense. This is not the place for us to hash out and argue about issues. The men that are here, we're all primarily on the same accord. Let's go ahead and strategize and plan and get busy. Let's have our own old boys network.
Yeah.
And this one will be centered around IT.
It's just going to have to. I mean, Nate, it's just true. I mean, we can sit back here and try to dream it away that all the brothers will get along, but it's not going to happen, because there are a number of channels, particularly the ones I know. The brother Jerome that Osama was talking about. Well, they talk badly about the Manosphere because maybe they just. You got to get in where you fit in. Maybe he doesn't fit in. I mean,
it's about a
you
bag.
can't hate the Manosphere when you are the one causing the problems. You get up there and say to one of the founders, "I hope you die." What? Come on, this is they are the disruptive force. They are the problem. I don't care how they feel about not fitting in. You don't fit in because you're disruptive and you're hateful. That's why you don't fit in.
And then you got to look at the type of audiences. I'm just shocked, that some of our audience goes over to his channel. I mean,
I'm not surprised, man. I've seen niggas.
But
I'm going to tell you, brothers, it was quite a few people from our audience.
I don't give it. Wow. I'm gonna have to. One of these days.
Just go. And like I'm saying, I'm not saying this to. I'm not even trying to say this as. I'm using Jerome kind of as an avatar for what, because I've kind of alluded to this a little bit in the past. We're not all going to get along, and I've seen there's a huge divide on a lot of the way that there's different sectors of brothers in the way they think. And on top of that, I kind of see why certain brothers really don't get involved with the Manosphere. He kind of like a Ron Wills. He's a very peaceful guy. He keeps to himself. He doesn't really associate with the Manosphere. Not like it's any beef or anything. I think he just doesn't want to be associated with all the drama.
Well, it
was who attacked him besides MOT?
Yeah, MOT attacked Ron Wills. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Attacked him for no fucking reason, really. Yeah. He's trying to give men over to these strag women, blah, blah, blah. Let that man create the content he wants. That's his fucking business.
Right.
Who are we to be telling men what type of content?
Absolutely. Well, that was MOT's MOT. And the sad thing about brother MOT is when you listen to a lot of what he talks about, a lot of his talking points take away he doesn't really talk. First off, politics is not MOT's strong point. But when MOT talks about a lot of systems and business, he's actually very intelligent. When he had that stream with brother Ramil on getting to the trucking game, I thought it was brilliant. It was articulated well. It was it was beautiful. I loved it. So a lot of things MOT's talking. to be honest, a lot of the time MOT's talking about a lot of the same things we're talking about. It's just, unfortunately, he gets a little too emotionally driven sometimes, and that emotionality kind of subjugates him to perspective where he's not talking in a rational form. I mean, me personally, I don't have anything against MOT. I listen to him from time to time, but I just don't like it when he talks about this dating coach, that dating coach. It's like, talk about it once, but he's had at least 10 streams talking about ARC this and ARC that. Brothers like ARC and Ron Wills, they're actually trying to tell brothers ways to attract the opposite sex without spending a lot of money.
I mean, they're good brothers.
They're great brothers. Yeah. ARC and Ron Wills are great men. They have good hearts. Their heart is in the right place, and they've been doing it.
It depends how much content you consume, and from what areas. Because I heard guys talk sometimes, and they can't talk without using a talking point, and you can tell where it came from. Like they consume so much of it that how much of what you're saying is your original idea. But you could also see too who they want to hear the message from. Like you could say one thing and then you got somebody saying the exact same thing, but after you said it, so you know where they got it from. But if they have tits, their super chat bar is going to be lit up. So some guys just choose to hear the same thing that you're saying from a woman, and I've seen that. It's like it's just a picture. It's not even a person cammed up.
Right.
I guess what you're saying, Deacon Dave, is you're just looking at it from a perspective of, to kind of in a nutshell, you're saying in this conversation we're having, a lot of people are just in it for the money. They could care less about anything else. They're in it for the money. And
exactly.
Even if they're not making a lot of money doing this, they have this, they're wishing on a star that they're going to make an X amount of money. And even if they're not, it's just that that dream that pushes them to be as irrational and as emotional as possible because they don't have the intellectual talent to actually talk about something from that perspective. They're gonna talk about the F-ry to make a buck, and that's just their whole game. Is that pretty much what you're saying, Deacon Dave?
Exactly, and it's entertaining as hell for a lot of people, but one thing that does turn a lot of people off for those who do come over here for the information is that some of them aren't presenting actual solutions to these problems that they're presenting. They're presenting so much problem. Okay, so what's the solution? A lot of people are waiting on that. It's sort of like when you see that 10-second, this common product at every grocery store is causing people to fall over dead. Tonight, news at 11, but it's like 8:30, so we waiting on it. Like, I'm not gonna eat. I'm gonna see what they talking about before I eat it and kill over dead myself. We need a solution. Like,
the solution is to tell a man who spent the summer battling some type of illness, hey, I wish you would have died. That's the solution.
It was ignorant. It was ignorant, and I couldn't believe he said it. But I know where that energy came from, and if you were talking to an irrational woman, and there is no tit for tat with them, they're gonna beat you. They're gonna compete with you. They're gonna beat you. That's the spirit of the Keisha, and that's where that came from. But to me, it just makes too much sense. And you got to know that this guy is chasing a bag. That's all it's about. Yeah. And for some people, what is the price of selling out to something like that? Somebody's going to cancel you, but you're still making the bag. So it's kind of like a win-win for him and a person.
I'm surprised Jessica X engages him because he's done several streams just attacking her and attacking. I'm surprised she even engages that weirdo nigga. That's interesting.
She don't cam up, so it's not like, oh, there she is. Most people are just hoping that that's who is behind the photo. So she's not taking it personal because she didn't make it personal.
Also, too, Jessica says she has a job like a 9-to-5. There's no way she has a 9-to-5. As much as she's on, like Jessica X's whole thing is just I think pound for pound, she spends more time on panels and in the manosphere than anybody else except for I mean, which is good. It's good for her brand. She's making a lot of, and she's still like killing it. Because I know I saw a couple of I haven't seen one of her streams in probably 5-6 months, but I mean, I saw some streams where she was making like $500,000 easy in super
Oh yeah,
chats.
she's doing well. She's doing well.
She's still killing the game like that.
Oh yeah, man. And look, I don't trip on it because it's the free market.
Hey, good for her.
You know, if brothers want to support her financially like that, you know, it's the accent, it's the picture. I'm not going to trip on it. I'm not going to trip on it. My only thing is, like 411 says, you know, also make sure you support the men that message originated with. You know,
right? Because some people listen to that woman's message, but the message came from the men. It's just like Ashley W. That's the same thing that happened. Shout out, we got Melly Mel in the building. What's going on, bro?
Oh, what's up, Mel?
Hello?
Yeah, you got the fans, though, bro. But what's going on?
What's going on?
Can y'all hear me? I can't even hear y'all.
It sounds like you got a fireman fan blowing on the microphone.
Yeah.
Mel be wild.
Mel be going shopping in the background.
Damn. Y'all can hear me too?
Hey, you know what? Hey, Mel, can you hear me?
Wait. I'm gonna restart. Get back on. Yeah, I can't hear y'all for some reason.
Oh man, that's bad.
That's that Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to be careful where these messages is coming from, because if it's not an original thought, man, you're gonna be led right off a cliff. And when you see that bar light up, it's just a lot of simping going on. A lot of simping going on.
So that's why, and I'm glad you brought that up, Deacon Dave. That's why on my panel, when you see me put something up, just like those dating rules, I created them. I want to create my own research, and I'm going to end up doing something that not too many people do. Wait till I come with the PowerPoints. That's going to be the next one. Something that I decided to do and bring up my own research because it's authentic. And, you know, at the end of the day, you'll get the right audience to tune in. And, you know, just like everybody says, you know, here in this space, a lot of people like the fuckery. Those are the individuals that aren't interested in the information. That's the problem. And I'm here to give information. That's why I came up with 411, because I want to give out the information. Now, so everybody, whether they research it or not, I say, don't believe me. This is what I researched. But this is where other brothers come in to give me information that I don't see. Be the eyes, because I don't see everything.
But isn't part one of the 48 laws, isn't that knowing your enemy? Isn't that part of the game?
Yeah.
I mean, so why not do your homework? You got these attacks coming at you. You got to know who's attacking you and where they're coming from.
Yeah, you do. And what I learned about that, particularly here on YouTube, and something Nate said, I don't take it personally, because at the end of the day, those individuals, they can throw my name and Nate's name or your name out there, and okay, if they have to make money off our names, that means they're not original. Their content's no good. That's just the way I look at it.
I mean, we know the great content creators. I work hard. I give you the perspective of a single father. A lot of what you hear is what I've learned, you know, during the process of raising my children. 411, you know, does his research, you know, Mr. Fantastic, you know, Obsidian, Angry Man, you know, we know who the quality content creators are. And of course, there are more than that.
Sure. I mean, BGS does his, you know, over there with Edward Anderson. You know, they have their own information network too. But you know, the bottom line is, the people who are going to give information, in the end, they're going to be taken a little bit more seriously, and that just depends on the maturity of the individual. Because, you know, Nate, our stuff that we put out is, let's just be honest, it's for the mature audience. It is.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can't beat that. Where if you're not looking for what we have, go somewhere else. And that's why they keep calling us, when we say conservative, all we're doing is actually speaking of lower taxes, less government. That's what we're speaking of. Melly Mel is back. What's going on, Mel? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
You're muted, bro.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself. You sound like chaos.
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, wow.
You're muted. But that's what you got to have when you do a channel. Find out what you're going to talk about, and see how Nate has a different style. I got a different style because I like having my monologue a little shorter, and I like bringing up a panel, and then we go on. Nate does his monologue. We do some tough work up here.
Yeah,
And
Nate's
even if you're in the chat, you still got to do some type of research. If you want to be heard. And I still have a little to learn about these live streams. This is only my 5th or 6th one I've done.
man, the artwork of Nate's stream from
man,
his thumbnails, from his thumbnails to his message to the way he puts those words together so beautifully. Man, that brother right there is talented, man.
That's a talent.
And if I had any suggestions to you, bro,
yes, sir.
Do the Kwame Brown approach. Give it 2 minutes, man.
What do you mean?
Give it 2 minutes. 2 minutes before you start cursing.
Oh,
and definitely have a backup channel. Definitely.
Yeah, I got.
Hey, Nate, that's a thing too. Get a backup. Like I have a backup.
As soon as I'm up and running again, that's the first thing I will do. I already got the name for it.
Or do a Discord. Do a Discord so you have a place to reach out to your audience.
Well, I'm going to do an OnlyFans, and I'm going to actually on Saturday and Sunday. I'll be broadcasting from OnlyFans Saturday and Sunday. The reason I'm doing Saturday and Sunday is because Saturday and Sunday is somewhat sporadic in the manosphere. Sometimes guys broadcast, sometimes they don't. I've been pretty consistent Saturday and Sunday, so hopefully, the audience will come over and listen to me on OnlyFans, and you're going to get a Nate that you've never heard before because there's nothing keeping me from saying the things I want to say.
Damn, you dialed it back. You actually were dialed back on your channel. Man, that's going to be exciting.
Dog, it should, man. Y'all are going to love it, dog. Please come through.
That's going to be off the chain, man.
Hey, brother Nate.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, I was looking at the numbers, and a few of us, and Nate, I've been your biggest supporter I knew when you came out of the gate, man, you had generational talent when it came to this oratory game. I said that the first time I heard you.
Yes, you did.
I don't know, was it on Bernard's panel?
It was on Bernard's chat.
Yeah. I'm just like, man, this brother. And then I heard you on Ramil's chat maybe 2 days later, and everybody on Ramil's chat was like, damn, this brother, little big Nate. It's like when that dude just comes out of nowhere to basketball tryouts, and he's like reverse dunking the ball and doing 360s, and everybody just knew off the jump that you had what it took. Point blank, bottom line, period. And I noticed, Nate, when you cleaned it up, you had up to like, I want to say a few weeks ago, we had about what, 100, close to 150 in the chat at one point. But Nate, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother, and this is just constructive criticism. Man, that show you had a couple Sundays ago, man, you kind of, you kind of.
What was the title of it?
Being clean.
You remember?
And what was that?
What was the title of it? Do you remember?
I don't know what it was. I don't know the title. I was like, I mean, brother, you were going hard, man, and I kind of was thinking, oh man, Nate, I hope you don't get a strike because of this. Because I'm just telling you the truth, brother. You were going hard, but Nate, if you keep it clean, man, you're gonna have it. Nate, you got to think to yourself, okay, here's the deal. Do I want you want to make money at this, Nate? You have the talent. Look at the amount of money you're making from the smaller audience you've had. But it's like you just gotta tell yourself, do I want to clean it up and take this thing to the next 2-3 levels, or do I want to just keep on retracting back to having a, what do you call it, WDN?
WND. Wild Niggas Disease.
Because you gotta. I'm gonna be
Osama, you got to hear me out, bro. The first strike I got two. I'm sitting on 2 strikes now.
Okay.
The first strike was for our voter ID laws racist. I got a strike for misinformation, Osama.
Really?
didn't
That's what it
cuss.
was?
I didn't while out. They struck me because I said black people have the ability to get picture IDs. They said it was misinformation. I appealed it. They said, no, the judgment stands. You have a strike. And then the second strike was a stream I did on D. Durrell responding to him attacking me on his stream. And that was cyberbullying.
Hey, did you appeal that, Nate?
Yes, they rejected all my appeals, dog.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, I am not going to be able to say anything. They called me saying that black people getting a voter ID, picture ID is not racist. They said that's misinformation.
Wow.
And they struck me.
And that's funny because you would think that would happen to the bigger channels.
No, me. 1,700 subscribers.
Yeah, you got 1,700, but I look at your views. See, that's
my views are they penetrate. They do. I get very high views for such a small channel.
And that's what they're looking at. I mean,
they don't like that I'm not going along with that prepackaged narrative. Black women can talk about aborting black boys. Nobody strikes them. Nobody.
Well, the thing about it too is the black women make money for YouTube, and brothers. Sure, I mean, again, it happens with the market. Okay, we brothers, we going raw. I mean, I'm lucky, brother Nate, that they haven't, and I'm not gonna say they won't come get me one day because
I'm sure it's in the plans, man. Start pumping and get them triple digits on the StreamYard, man. They'll be looking at you, man. They don't like black conservative men. They don't. I mean, Trey had a 500,000 views on some content, and his channel got all tore to bits. Same thing with Hoodservative. They had very high views, and now Hoodservative can barely get 30, 40 people in his channel.
They've done Hoodservative wrong, they've done Trey wrong, but
this is the price we pay, man.
They definitely got Game Changer wrong, man. Because I don't know. I thought that was some of the best work you and him. Y'all got some chemistry there. There's something there where y'all make really good content together. But I was watching Game Changer on my laptop and never got notifications on my phone. There was no notification. I was just scrolling through and he was live. So they're definitely dialing everybody back. There's something going on with that.
Yeah, because I mean, they took away some of my subscribers and some of my views. They've been doing that. I mean, I should be right now over 2,000 right now, and I can't crack it.
That's a very real thing, man. Because I actually seen it live, man.
It's so unfortunate. Look, you don't want to promote us. You want to promote Jeffree Star. Men whose faces are covered with makeup, who talk about their black boyfriends. You want to promote that, fine. But can you not throttle our views down on our channel? Can you not damage our channels, please? And they're gonna do what they want to do, man. We just have to make contingency plans. That's why, I want to transition to OnlyFans. I'm thinking about going on to Rumble. Odyssey is a really good platform. Odyssey. Rumble, completely free speech.
Twitch. That's what Twitch. Twitch followings go up fast, man. Quick.
I thought Twitch was about the video games or something like that.
No, there's a couple guys out here doing Twitch, and they got a bigger following on Twitch than they do YouTube.
Wow.
And then
Twitch doesn't trip?
No, I mean, not that I know of, but I've met some guys that watch Twitch. Say I met them, but I was in the same chat rooms with them, and they said they came over from Twitch. I was like, wow, they're bringing in a different audience. You could simulcast and just say, the YouTube crowd gets the preference because they're here and I can interact. Just anything. Just let them know that over here is where it's at because that's really where the butter's at. But
well, Tommy got flagged over at Twitch.
Oh, he did. Wow. Tommy lost his Instagram channel too and had to redo it.
Yeah, Tommy and some of these guys have lost a lot of their channels, and unfortunately, with black men speaking the truth, uh, I'm gonna use a little Kwame Brown. We don't do the go along to get along. That's the problem. Well, that's not a problem for us, but you have individuals that can't really take the truth, and that's why I made those rules. And I try not to be too brash with them. Brought those up. I got some other ones going the other way for individuals who are not desired for relationships. Stay tuned on that. Stay tuned to that. Well, I'm at 4 hours. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give everybody, like Nate does, the last word here because I got to go get something to eat. It's Veterans Day tomorrow. I'm a veteran.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your sacrifice there, brother.
Well, thank you. So, Deacon Dave, give me your last your last statements about the conversations that we've had tonight, brother. And thank you for coming up. I've seen you in the chat on Nate's chat, but I'm glad I was able to hear your voice.
No, I always support the ones that their message resonates with me. You guys got a good thing going, and it's an honor to be up here with some of these guys. And I've broken every rule that you've ever, all the rules that you went over. I've broken all of them. So it's like a lot of it I can identify with, as they speak to me, because I don't make those same mistakes. It's like everything I've been through, I learned something from it. And I would think only a fool would do the same thing twice and expect a different result. And that is the definition of insanity.
Yes, sir.
But you got to see these pits before they come, or you'll be repeating the cycle. And that's why they teach history. You may have went through it, but you don't forget. You wish you didn't. So I try not to make the same mistakes twice, and definitely remember what you've been through, so you make better decisions. And that's all I got.
That's the first time I've ever heard you, Deacon Dave. This is the first
Yeah,
time.
Nate, I've ever heard you spit in your chat.
I've never heard him speak.
Yeah,
I've been up there on your panel. That was way in the beginning.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, like a second show or something like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But I've been brushing up on my YouTube, a little bit.
All right, bro.
Get more comfortable speaking.
But I'm glad.
Well, man, I'll be back next week, man. Just be there, dog. You're gonna love it. Trust me.
And brother Dave, still come here too.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate you for coming up to my panel. You have added good insight. So I just want to say peace to you, my brother.
No doubt. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, brother, likewise. Have a wonderful night, man.
Yeah, be blessed.
Brother Sama, thank you for coming up here. What's your last words?
Hey, brother, first off, hey, Leon, this is you said this is what show number 6?
Number 6. I still got some learning to do, okay?
Brother, hey, first off, I want to tell you, you're doing a great job thus far. There's a learning curve with everything, and just being on it, hearing you speak and hearing brothers like Nate speak. It was a really good show tonight, and I'm glad we're able to talk about a diversity of subjects today. We had a lot of insightful brothers on there. And I'm glad we're able to kind of just talk about progression and moving forward, because too often we talk about the same thing over and over again. So I'm glad we're able to talk about where do we want to go. And Nate, with your initial thoughts on having this Black Manosphere meeting up to come to fruition, I want to say salute to you, because we're making progress. We're not just talking about things. We're actually doing things. And like you said, Nate, with like-minded individuals.
Yes,
that statement right there is extremely powerful, because I'm going to tell you, brothers, right now, there's very few. I hate to say this. I do a lot of, when I'm driving throughout the day and I look at construction sites, I look at things. I do a lot of things from a psychological perspective. I just look at the way people move and things of that nature. And I got to be honest, I don't see too many brothers working together. I'm just saying, as a macro, as a whole. And for you to say like-minded individuals, and that's kind of why I brought up this whole thing. It had nothing to do with the brother Jerome. It was just more or less as a linchpin to a bigger conversation. And you're 100% right. It's good to communicate with like-minded brothers. And after I saw a couple of these brothers' streams, I've always told myself, I don't want to just go on a panel and just have redundant talk. I want to actually have an impactful, insightful, rational discussion. And I think it kind of goes back to what the brother Deacon Dave was saying. I don't think Deacon Dave was necessarily, I got to disagree with one thing he said. I don't think he was necessarily brushing up on his verbal acumen. He was actually very articulate, well-spoken, and thoughtful. But it just goes back to who wants to go onto a panel where you might not get a chance to talk.
Absolutely.
Where you might get interrupted over and over again.
And my apologies for the issues you've had, Osama.
No, issues as far as what, brother?
Yeah, I think you know who I'm talking about.
Shout
out to Atticus.
Atticus.
But I should do a better job of curtailing that. It seems to it doesn't happen with just you, but you had the gumption to speak up about it. So, I should have did a better job.
And like Brother Nate says, I'll do a job on that too. I don't, we can't have brothers talking over each other.
Absolutely.
That fuckery. We're not with that here.
Nah, Nate. I mean, it very rarely goes. I mean, nothing to apologize about. You're very precise in letting everybody speak at a certain time. So that's one of the things I really appreciate with your panel. But it's going to get to a point where, and just like you said, Leon, you said I have mature dialogue, and I mean, pretty much most of the brothers on your panel, most of us are Gen X, which you're right. It applies to a certain aggregate of Black men. And that's just one thing as Black men and as Black people we have to have a better understanding of. We're not all going to have a monolithic thought just because we are Black. We have such a diverse, just like any other human beings on the planet. We have a diverse way of thinking. And to be able to interact and network and communicate with like-minded individuals, you're always going to, I feel like in this society, you're always going to have a better end result. And I say that a lot of times from a personal perspective. One of the things, when I was younger, I had more of the pro-Black mentality, but I was never one of these, pro-wax. It came from a good place. And, my parents would just tell me a lot. You got to really be careful who you associate with. And that was a lesson I learned. I learned that lesson the hard way too many times. So just being able to come here tonight and have an insightful discussion with brothers like yourself. I mean, it's definitely it's a beautiful thing, man. I'm not really trying to sound exaggerated. It's nice that after a long day of work, I can have a space where I can communicate with like-minded individuals. So I just want to say thank you to you brothers for being able to facilitate this environment. And this thing's only going to keep on growing, and it's going to grow slowly, but it's going to keep on growing. And I think a lot more brothers in our age range and with our thought process are going to gravitate towards this platform. This is just the beginning of something that's going to be a lot bigger. Mark my words. And with that, I'm done, and I'll let the number. We're talking about the dream team in the conservative thought process of the Black manosphere. Brother Leon and Brother Nate, the 1-2 punch, kind of like Casey and JoJo.
All my life.
Another comparison. Nate, hey, brother Nate, I got to tell you one thing before I go. Hey, Nate, I got to tell you, my favorite Black Manosphere meetup commercial was the first one where it had like little big Nate and it had like the hat that was covering your face. Even though I know that was just some random brother.
That wasn't me.
Huh? No, that was you.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah, but man, hey Nate. So when I see you, man, I don't know if you have actually had an actual hat like that. So I'm envisioning you wearing a hat like that, brother.
You'll see me soon enough, brother.
Did SKC do that first one?
SKC did them all.
Man, that first one, man, I like that jazz beat. It was like that adult. It was that urban. It had more of an urban adult contemporary vibe. So I'm going to say that was my favorite one. Matter of fact, about after I get off here, man. I'm just gonna go ahead and play it on Obsidian's channel, just to look at it, man. That was my favorite one. So thanks again, man, brother Leon, for having me on. And I'm
All right, brother, and
looking
you're
forward
always
to
welcome. And thank you for coming up here, and thank you for participating in the chat. And brother, your wisdom is needed, and I thank goodness that you've brought it over, not to just Nate's panel, but to my panel as well, my brother.
Oh no, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. And with that said, I don't want to go on and on. Sometimes my closing can be a little long because it's just I guess the emotion comes out a little bit. So man, let me let
Oh,
you.
I understand, my brother.
All right, brothers. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, salute, my brother.
We, brother 411, man, we have some of the best men. We just do. And I'm not necessarily talking about the space in general, but I
Right.
know for my channel, the gentleman here in your channel, we just have some authentically great men. I mean, intelligent, industrious, law-abiding, highly productive men. I don't ever hear excuses being made by these men. I don't ever hear bitterness or rancor, or I don't hear any drama being started by these men. These are just decent all around. These are the best men I think we have to offer in Black America. Honestly, I'd put a group of these men against any man anywhere on the planet, and I think we would come out, if not on top, very close to it. We would be a force to be reckoned with, man. We have some legitimately excellent men in this space, man. Absolutely.
We make a lot of sense over here, and that's what we're not. I want everybody to understand this. I'm gonna make these 2 points. Number one, we don't hate women. Okay?
No,
Get
sir.
that out of your mind. We love women. We are just trying to correct a behavior because a number of American women have behavior issues like entitlement, the princess syndrome. Well, if you want a good man in your life, you got to be a good woman. Simple as that. And number two, we are not Republicans, and there are a number of individuals out there that get the word conservative mixed up with whiteness. No, we're not about that. Okay, we are our own people. We're not stuck on the left with the victimhood or the victimization. We believe in lower taxes. We believe in families. We believe in freedom, keeping most of our money. We don't believe in redistribution of wealth. We believe in pulling up our bootstraps and going for it. If you want,
And 411,
yes, sir.
we believe in being morally consistent with our vote. Our vote should reflect what we say so often in these spaces.
That's correct. That is definitely. You know what? That's a good point, brother Nate. Even if you're a Democrat, if you're and this is why I don't vote Democrat, because as a black man, I'm not represented in that party. Yes, they have
No,
black
sir.
men there, but they don't
No,
have
sir.
any power. I go to where my vote is going to be represented, and I can be represented. That's a good point that you made, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And,
But all we can do is just keep drudging forward, keep pushing forward. They strike us, they throttle down our views, they take our subscribers, they don't put out our notifications. And what makes men so invaluable, I've said this before, is that we are problem solvers.
yes,
That's why we're so essential in the lives of women. Women are not natural problem solvers. They're just not. And when you deny yourself access to proper men and being under their leadership, your life is going to be tumultuous. It's going to be filled with problems, just filled to the brim with them. And they can say whatever they want about black men. our behavior, our accomplishments that we can lay out to you and that we can show you, it flies in the face of all this narrative coming from the feminists and the failed ABWs, and that we aren't shit. Black men aren't shit. Everything about us speaks to the antithesis of that, you know? And I just look forward to being able to do my thing again.
I look forward to coming back up on your panels as well, but brother Nate,
man, absolutely, dog. Absolutely.
I thank you for coming up to my panel. Your good support system, and I thank all the brothers for coming up here. And we're gonna keep our audience, and we're gonna keep strong. And YouTube is not going to defeat us. We can only defeat us. So, number one, have God first, then yourself, and then everything else will come into fruition. So, at the end of the day, brother, I appreciate you for coming up to my panel and also donating as well.
Oh, you got my Cash App. Okay, cool deal.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let me shout out to brother Big Nate with his Cash App. Shout it out, brother. And brother, I don't forget to acknowledge mine. You got $60 you got to acknowledge.
I absolutely will. It'll be my first order of business when I come back up. I'm gonna shout you out heavy, bro.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for coming up, and I just want to say salute, my brother. You need anything, I'm here, brother.
I appreciate that, 411. Salute.
Salute, my brother. Well, another interesting panel for this evening. And they're all going to be like that. But all I want to say is this. When I come up here and discuss topics, it's not about the drama. So what we had tonight was the conclusion of all of the men's dating standards. And I believe if men are going to date, you have to have standards, regardless. You're going to be shamed. You're going to be called all kinds of names. But be who you are. And this is why being red pill is something you need to understand. Now, red pill is not just about understanding women, it's understanding how the world works. So, just to give you a tidbit of information, if you're going to go on panels, or if you're going to start a new YouTube channel, go to where like-minded people are. I'm not saying groupthink, but you have to have like-minded people. If you don't, there's going to be a lot of chaos. Again, shout out to Brother Trey, Big Mag. Shout out to Brother Nate. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Shout out to Brother Matt Coley, Brother Guy King. Shout out to my sweet chocolate, Tommy Jean. She's also a fantastic support system. She's in the cloud, and she's going to tell me who's naughty or nice. And I can't wait to present my favorite. And shout out to you, Celine. I know you like Yoda. I love the Grinch. You'll see that little green Grinch up there right around Christmas time. But once again, in all serious, the subject matter that I talk about comes from my research. I like to be authentic. I'm going to give you information based on how I research it. I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. The 411 Talk Zone radio show is a educational channel. It's a news channel. It's a political channel. Be that as it may. We are mature brothers here. We talk with common sense. And yes, the word conservative is thrown around. Some people use it loosely. We're not about victimhood here. But I'm not about selling out the black race either. But I'm not going to be one brother who believes in living by what the government tells me to do. I believe in freedom. So the question is, do you want freedom or do you want tyranny? You be the judge. And that's my commentary for this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. If you like what I just presented, please comment, share, and subscribe. And if you're looking for some more educational content, check out my second channel, The Mind of STEM. On that channel, you'll get a daily dose of science, technology, engineering, and math. And of course, I'm working on getting the Blog Talk Radio show back up. That number is 215-383-5785. I was going to try to combine it with StreamYard, see how that would work. That way it will help my panel. And yeah, last but not least, before I go, the poll, going back to the poll. All right. And the poll that I had was, are modern women wife material or good for recreational use? Had a total of 31 votes. 26% said yes, while 74% said no. So, in the meantime, in between time, once again, thank you for listening to this edition of the 401 Talk Zone radio show here on YouTube. Now, if you cannot find me on YouTube, now for the 411 Talk Zone radio show, you can catch me on Twitter, MeWe, and Parler. And for the Mind of STEM channel, you can catch me on Twitter and, of course, LinkedIn. And at the end of the day, I want to leave you with this. Be blessed for what you have. Don't worry about what you don't have. Always know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And for you haters out there, I got 2 dislikes. I'm going to tell you this. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like the shoe, change it. And once again, thank you for listening to this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. Till next time, my name is Leon Jones. I want you all to have a wonderful and gracious evening. God bless you. I'm out.